jump right in.
I'll call the applicant down.
Okay.
So before we get started, so everyone knows what's in their folders, I don't know how much time you have Lisa, but each folder is represents an applicant. And inside the folder, you have interview questions, and what they submitted to, whether that included a resume or included, or definitely included the work experience. So sometimes everything. This is what's in your folder. Each applicant has, keep your notes.
Thank you, sir.
What's that?
Can we change our question?
No. You could ask follow-up questions, but ask the basic framework of the questions that are presented.
Okay, I thought at one point we could, if we wanted to ask a different question, but be consistent with each person, like,
My recommendation to you is to start with these basic questions. If you want to go on something else, then go on something else.
okay,
Go in the order and then freestyle after that.
okay.
Because it will be specific to the applicant at that point.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for that information. Uh-oh. That won't be first.
Jump right in.
So,
So are we giving them a few seconds to introduce themselves, or?
I mean, it's up to you whether, I think the first question is something along those lines.
Nah, it's
Oh, no,
not.
it's not. So, yeah, you might want to give
Okay.
a minute to say hi.
I know, Mr. Mayor, in the past, we have gave them an option if they want to stand, if they want to sit.
Okay.
So,
You want to stand or sit, Christie?
I'll stand,
Okay.
because I'm pretty short as it is if I sit.
it goes up and down, it goes up and
Change it
down.
if you want.
No, I think I'll be okay.
Okay.
It's okay if you don't want
Thank
to.
you, though, I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
How are you guys all doing?
Doing really good. Okay, so if you want to take, I'm just gonna do, I don't know, 60 seconds or so to just introduce yourself, and then we will start with questions.
Perfect. I think I've talked to almost everybody. Christy Davis, live on 6
Is the
Fourth
mic
Street.
on?
I don't know if this is me on or not.
It does. Okay, I think you on now.
Christy Davis, 612 4th Street. I'm just looking to be able to make a difference in my community. I've lived, gosh, I think we bought the house in 2006. I moved out of the city for a little while, moved back. I just want to be a part of making a difference and being able to help people and make things a little better. So it's really all.
Okay, Chrissy, I have the first question. First question is, have you been a member of a board, commission, or committee? If so, what was your role?
No, not, you specifically mean with the city, correct?
I think any
Okay.
would be.
Not with the city. I did do an alumni board with Spring Arbor University. After I had graduated, I was on an alumni board for a few years. I've done some different committees at my church, but nothing political.
Okay. Move on. Okay. Hi, Christy.
Hi.
Why do you want to be a city council member? And what in your personal or professional background do you believe will assist you if you are selected?
Thank you. Like I said, I just want to be able to make a difference, and I see you guys do a lot of really good things, be able to make a bunch of decisions and work with people. You seem to have more resources being on city council. You know better people to contact and work with than just a regular resident does. My personal experience with things, I have done different projects, done a couple cleanups with the city. My church, I've been on different community activities geared more to help people. Hospitality is more kind of my thing versus like construction, that kind of thing. I have gotten to know all my neighbors. I am very chit-chatty and friendly, so I'm kind of easy to talk to. I think that will help. And I've worked in customer service for pretty much all my jobs. And I really enjoyed doing that and being able to meet with people and see the kinds of things that they need help with and where I can kind of fit in with that. And if it's nothing that I can do, I can be able to make some connections.
Thank you.
Hey, Christy, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm great. Before I get to my questions, you still doing events?
What?
You still doing events?
I just did Christ Kindle Market up in Frankenmuth. I went up late Thursday night after Thanksgiving, got back late last night. And then next weekend, I'm actually over at Wing Stadium for their big craft show.
Ooh, sounds like a lot of fun.
Then I think I'll be done for a couple of weeks, maybe a month.
Okay. Okay. So my first question, what efforts have you made to contact and develop a rapport with the Fifth Ward voters?
I have walked around and talked to several of my neighbors. Where is that? Sorry. I have walked around and talked to several of my neighbors quite a while, probably the last 6 to 9 months. I've also been talking with other people in the community that work with other things like Together We Can Make a Difference. Talked to some people at Reed Manor, just kind of gotten to know them to see what they're looking at. So, yeah.
Okay, given the choice between representing your constituents or a small businesses, if there was ever a situation that put these two groups at odds with one another, which would you choose to represent?
Well, I would be appointed or voted in to represent the constituents, so probably more the constituents, but I would really like to be able to find a way to, work with both of them.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Will.
How do you feel a council member should use social media to address residents of the city or ward on issues or concerns?
More just to, I would say, give information. If people have questions, I would think probably not the public part, but maybe a direct message or a cup of coffee, just kind of a chit chat with people. But I view social media more as relaying information and gathering information versus discussions.
What are the greatest attributes of the city and the Fifth Ward in particular?
I think the great attributes of the city is that we have a really rich history, doing a lot just in the history of, main thing I always think of is automobiles, with the city history there. I think we have a lot of really fun, neat things happening. We have a lot of different festivals, a lot of places don't have. Everybody in Jackson really is, they're just open to getting to know each other and to helping people. You don't always see that in a lot of cities, and I like that we're a smaller city as opposed to like Lansing or Detroit. I just like the smaller feel of it. For Ward 5, I think we definitely have some super friendly people in Ward 5. And everybody really works together. We have a lot of interesting situations that happen, as every place does. But everybody really pulls together when there's an ambulance or the fire trucks, anything that's happening. A lot of us, we all come out of our houses, and we're not just standing there, just watching to stand and gawk. People are going up and they're like, "Hey, Susie, do you need anything? You know, what's going on?" It's more of a personal feeling, at least in my area. You know, we try to pay extra attention. We pay attention to our neighbors, and I think that's good. And we have a couple really, really good small business nonprofit things right in the 5th Ward that I think are just outstanding. So I'm hoping to be able to work with some of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Christy, I have the next question. If selected, how would you go about building relationships with other council members? How do you view your role on the council?
I would love to be able to, well, I've already talked to most of you. I would love to be able to get dinner, just to kind of find out more about you guys. I would love to be able to introduce my family. Just spend time getting to know you guys. I think you all have wonderful things that you do in your wards and great aspects with your jobs that you can relate and the history of everything you do. Just very well-rounded individuals. And my role would be hopefully to work with everybody to make things run a little smoother, a little better in Jackson. And I would just see myself as somebody just trying to do good right alongside you.
Okay, sorry. Jackson has the infrastructure built for a town that was once nearly double its size, or double its current population. And much of it is in great need of repair. How would you prioritize spending our limited resources to address this growing problem?
I would say the budget is the one area that I have not looked a whole lot at. And that is, for me, that has been the most difficult part to follow with the city council meetings and things that I've attended. I think the best way to prioritize things are the things that make the most impact to make things better. I know everybody always complains about the roads and potholes, but I don't always see that as the major key issue. I think we need to look at everything that needs to be done, but focus on the things that'll have the most impact for the best outcome for the greatest amount of people.
Thank you. You know, before I get to my questions, the budget is it's a lot for even council members sometimes.
Okay, good.
So my question is two-part. What do you believe is the biggest challenge facing our city, Ward 5, and how will you address them and continue to move the city forward?
I think the biggest challenge anywhere is being able to meet people's needs and making people It's making people feel safe, not just from crime, but feel safe with food, shelter, clothing, just feeling loved and cared for. And I am hoping to be able to foster a more of a community feel in Ward 5. It'd be great to get that through the city, but specifically in Ward 5, make people feel that it's more of a community, and they're just really cared for and loved. I think a lot of things, once people feel that their safety and their basic personhood is taken care of, things kind of fall into place a little better. And that answer your question?
Yes, I know you said there's a lot of needs in this in city, especially you said Fifth Ward. There's a huge number of needs, and we can't satisfy everybody's needs.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I guess I would like to know, not trying to put you on the spot, but more more of an answer on what you see, maybe some big needs that you would like to look at, I said, the first 3-4 months after you came on council.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I'd really like to be able to help with, I don't know how this would be done, but with a lot of the speeding that happens down 4th Street in particular. For me, that's a big safety issue, as I've seen a lot of close calls, several accidents. I'm sure there are other streets affected by it, but that is a big one, is just the speeding and the racing down the streets. I would like to be able to work more with Right Way Boxing, and maybe together we can make a difference. They both do a lot of really good programs and things, particularly with kids and teens. But those would be my big things, would be just to really foster those and help. I know a lot of kids, even in Ward 5, also go over to Isaiah's Hub, and I can't remember if that's in 1 or 2.
2.
It's in 2. Excellent. I know a lot of kids go over there, and I think that's really important.
Okay. How would you go about building relationships with the city departments and employees who oversee and manage the day-to-day operations?
I would make cookies.
Okay, she's got it.
And food is the way to anybody's heart. Make cookies or some kind of brownies or something. I could do fruit and be healthy if we have to. But just go over and try to find a time. I don't know if departments have different staff meetings or whatever, but just go over and chit chat with them, see what specifically they're doing in each ward, I mean more my ward, and just what kind of feedback they're looking for. I am hoping to be able to do monthly ward meetings, and I would probably like to have some different department heads there so they can specifically speak with people.
Okay,
Thanks, Christie. Excuse me. If you found yourself in a situation where you had to choose between voting in favor of water rate increases or risk losing the cash flow necessary to keep our water infrastructure up to date and our fresh water safe and potable, how would you vote?
They have been a hot topic this year, water rates. I was actually thinking about that. I'm talking to myself in my hotel room this weekend about that specifically. Nobody wants to spend more money, but, I mean, if we need our water stuff to be fixed, sometimes it's necessary. If there's a way around it, I am all for not increasing water rates, not increasing any taxes, But I do understand that sometimes it has to be done. I know Jonathan mentioned his team does a lot working on grants. You know, and if there's a better solution to not having to pay more, I'm always for that. But if it's necessary, sadly, sometimes it is necessary.
I like these questions. Yeah, I like these questions because when you run for the seat, you don't ever get asked these types of questions, so. If you were in an election today for the 5th Ward, with the same applicants that you're competing with right now for the same position, and one of them won, which one would you want it to be other than yourself? I rearranged it a little bit. If you were in an election by the 5th Ward voters with the same applicants as are competing for this position with you tonight, how do you feel? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. How do you feel you would do? Forget that. Forget how I phrased it the first time.
Oh, okay, not who
How do you feel you would do?
Okay. No.
You probably don't know them all.
I don't. I'll be honest, I don't know how I would do. Instead of more preparing just to meet with you guys, I would have, obviously, I would have gone and talked to more constituents and gotten more people's input, rather than just trying to figure out what I'm looking to do. I would like to think I would probably do pretty well.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, thanks.
Council, is there any additional questions that you might want to ask? Christie, is there any closing remarks that you would like to add?
Yes. I did go around and talk to not a ton of my neighbors, not as many as I should have. But I did get a few people signed in my support, and I thought that would be nice. You can see that I do have some people that think I would do a nice job. And then also, one of the things I'm really hoping to be able to do is some kind of a newsletter monthly, not necessarily the big fancy glossy thing that the city does, that's a little more than what I could do. But something online, maybe to be posted in some businesses in the 5th Ward. And I did kind of bring a sample of that with me, if that's okay. Can I pass that out?
Do you have one for everybody?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Not the list of people that signed for me. I do have several boards that I would be very interested in being able to serve on. I'm interested in the Affordable Housing Development Board, particularly because of Reed Manor, since that one is in my ward. And they always have a lot going on. I've talked to a few residents over there, and I would really like to be able to, just to make it better. We've got a lot of stuff happening. I'm very interested also in the Youth Council. I've been reaching out to several different people that I know that might have some kids that would be good for that. Can't think of who I spoke to right now. I know I talked to John over at Isaiah's Hub. I think I spoke with the Right Way Boxing guys. I have a friend that's a counselor up at J High, so I thought I would check and see if maybe their government class might have some kids that would be interested. So I would be interested in helping with that. But again, like I said, I don't have any really any political experience. But I think sometimes that can kind of go either way. I think it's massively necessary. I think it'd be helpful with the election part of the process. But I do think that would serve me both ways. My passion and desire is to help people. I've always wanted to just help. And I know it's a silly thing. Some people have different aspirations. Mine is just to help people and get to know people. I'm a hard worker. I'm not afraid to ask for help. I'm not afraid to learn what I need to do. I'm a very good listener. I can ask lots of questions to people, can connect people up. I have a lot of connections that way. I am very invested in the city. I live and work in the city. And I am a homeowner. So I'm planted here for a while. But I think that's probably about it. And I would be honored if you guys picked me to fuddle my way through for the next year till I get to do what you guys had to do this last November.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
And I
Thanks.
do have my daughter here, the little one sitting. She wanted to support mom today, and I thought it would be good for her to kind of see a little more of what we do. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank you
your
very
time
much.
today.
Thank you.
I will vouch for Christie that she's a hard worker because she did that city cleanup. And that was a lot of work that you did, so
You were
kudos
massive
to you.
help on that.
One down. Keep going. Madam Clerk. How you
Are
doing?
you okay, Arlene? Do you need a
You
cough
okay?
drop or
You
something?
need something? You need water? You need a pat in the back? You okay, girl?
Oh, gosh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have to.
All right.
You smell my deodorant got you going like that? My natural BO baby got you going like that? That BO?
Hair being dry.
Lisa's running upstairs, the next candidate is here, however. If we start getting far ahead, we'll be calling people to see if we can come in earlier to try to
Who's coming next?
officially speak.
Shalanda.
Shalanda's next.
I thought you're doing half hours. You're doing 45 minutes?
Mhm.
You must think we're talkers or something.
You just want to make sure we don't cut anybody off
Yeah.
prematurely. You all right?
You talking to me? Oh, I ain't know you. No, dude, you hear me over coughing. You hear me coughing?
You need a coffee?
You hear me coughing, I got tea, got water, Mountain Dew.
He's got
I got
snacks.
M&Ms.
What snacks you got over there?
Oh, I got some
There's nothing of a grill there.
snack club.
He's got M&Ms.
I'm
Yeah,
playing.
M&M's has to share, so
No, you don't.
I see.
He won't.
he won't.
He won't?
No,
Okay.
he never shares with me.
I
No, you don't.
do share, I give you my water every time.
Okay, from the city, you do. You give me your little city water.
Bag of pillows,
I'm s- I apologize.
MRE sitting somewhere?
I got them in my backpack.
He's probably got popcorn and a microwave somewhere.
My backpack, I'm ready. Never know,
The Army v. Navy.
it might get kinda pretty.
It's a battle between Arlene and Freddie.
I heard you. Yeah, it takes like 2 seconds, right? Yeah, okay. Right.
So, that mean you don't have to swear in again?
No, you have to be here on the fifth where the camera.
So, wait a minute, what's the fifth? Do we also have a meeting on the twelfth? What's the fifth for?
Freddie, how long have you done this for? You know what the
And the
fifth is
twelfth is
for.
for just a regular comment. God, man. Come on, man, we just do everything on the fifth.
Next candidate is here, she's gonna be down in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Man.
Ready, Freddie?
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
Sitting over on the other side.
Oh, did you sign that? Okay. Okay, I didn't know. I forgot all about it.
Is this meeting televised or anything?
It's been recorded.
Is, visually or
It's not loud.
it's not live?
Yeah.
Did you want, can you share your gum? Can you share your gum?
Yeah. Anytime.
Okay.
You should bring me snacks or whatever.
No,
Yeah, mind you.
I'm just having a dry throat, like, early, and I just don't want to be coughing. Thank you.
Anytime, girl. Anytime, girl. I just enjoyed it. It was good. It was a good game. It was a good game.
6 minute increments. Yeah.
Ohio State had them. Ohio State had them. The point they had them. You one thing, I'm sure you were. You all up on the TV. Yes, you were all up on that TV. What's the name? What's the name? Sharon?
I mean, all your own kind
Think
of.
you remake Mrs. Coach? Have they ever had a person?
There you go.
Think you remake Mrs. Coach? Oh, he's gone. Oh, yeah, he's gone. They want him to go. I think he's gone.
Yeah,
So it's gonna be interesting.
I'm good.
I'm saying, Alabama beat Georgia, yeah. They play bad, but yeah. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you know, it's no, that, hell, man.
Go right up there.
Okay,
That
Set
hell,
your stuff
that-
down. Would you like to stand or sit?
I can stand.
You can stand, okay.
Thanks so much. Can I pass something out
Yeah.
to each of you? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. If you want to take about a minute and just introduce yourself,
Okay.
and then we will get started with the questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's enough.
Good afternoon. My name is Shalonda Hunt. I am a Jackson native, born and raised here, a parent of 2 children. I have I grew up in Ward 2 most of my childhood, and as an adult, I have spent a significant amount of time in Ward 5. A couple years was spent also in Ward 1. Today, I'm here to share a few ideas with you about why I am interested in filling the vacancy for Ward 5. As a leader already in the community, I feel like I am established and invested in the success of Jackson. I understand some of the challenges that our city faces. I was elected in 2020, Board of Education for Jackson Public Schools. I have had the opportunity to understand the policy and procedure processes, how we make decisions for the greater community, for our district. I feel that filling this role will not only grant me the opportunity to further my experience in the work that I'm doing currently, but it will offer me the opportunity to work directly with some of our constituents in the neighborhoods, in the communities, and address some of those immediate concerns.
Okay. So, Shalonda, I have the first question. Have you ever been a member of a board, commission, or committee? If so, what was your role?
Yes, I currently sit on as vice president for the Jackson Public School Board of Education. I am a member of United Way South Central. I currently sit as a board of directors for Save Our Youth. And I currently sit on the Human Relations Commission, part of our Jackson Department of Health and Human Services Anti-Racism Transformation Team as well.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Hi.
Why do you want to be a city council member? And what in your personal or professional background do you believe would assist you if you were selected?
Thank you for that question. I desire to be a Ward 5 City Council member because of the foundational knowledge that I have with public policy and procedures. I feel that the experience of being on the boards and being in spaces where decisions are made, not just on a personal level, but for the district, I have an understanding of how those skills will be transferable into this capacity. Second part of your question, did I address that?
Well, it was your personal and professional background. I think you have addressed that. How do you feel that would assist you if you were selected? So,
Personally, from as young as I can recall, have always been taught that, we give to others. And that has bubbled up in my adulthood. I enjoy offering support, guidance, advocating for those that do not know the resources that are available to them, that do not know the valid questions that need to be asked in order to receive the help that they need. And so personally and professionally, I have found myself taking the initiative to be in those spaces to accommodate those specific needs.
thank you.
Hi.
Okay?
What effort have you made to contact and develop a rapport with the Fifth Ward voters?
So currently, I have not contacted anyone, given the opportunity of being appointed. I will. What I have done, I have driven the path of the ward to identify what businesses are in that area. And again, I live in that ward. I know some of the streets, pretty fond of some of those streets. But given this appointment, given this opportunity to fill this role, I will make an active effort to network and collaborate with not just the voters, but the businesses that we need to build partnerships and long-lasting relationships with as well.
So, given the choice between representing your constituents or representing small businesses, if there was ever a situation where those two groups were at odds, which would you choose to represent?
Awesome question. There's always competing issues. There's always competing opinions, I should say. And because of my knowledge with working for both already, I understand that you have to be attentive and hear the voices of both and find that, that natural balance to accommodate the needs of both. Now, one may take precedent over the other, but you have to communicate that information to them, let them know that they are being heard and that we're gonna do our best to address that need.
How do you feel a council member should use social media to address residents of the city or ward on issues or concerns?
I currently do not use social media to communicate to constituents, to the community, to anyone. I am always welcoming and inviting individuals to speak in person at a place that is comfortable for them to address their concerns. I feel like it's a slippery slope on social media. One person may see something and interpretation gets lost in that language. So I prefer the opportunity to have direct conversations.
Well, bravo to you for not using social media. Good. What are the greatest attributes of the city and the Fifth Ward?
As a resident living in the Fifth Ward, I feel safe, right? And where I currently live, so the safety, I would speak to that loudly, is that, you know, as a single parent, raising children in a neighborhood, that I feel safe and approachable with my neighbors, right? So we can have those conversations in passing that I may not have had any other opportunity to do so if I didn't get out in the community and speak. I feel like the community is always growing, and it's about rebuilding relationships. You have to establish rapport, present yourself, make yourself available in order to live in the community that you desire, not just for yourself personally, but for everyone.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Sharonda, I have the next question.
Okay.
And the next question is, if selected, how would you go about building relationships with other council members, and how do you view your role on the council?
Well, I don't meet any strangers. I feel like I have knowledge of everyone that is represented here currently. I currently am a trainer for cross-cultural conversations, and one of the things that we do, we encourage one-on-one conversations. So I would take the time to schedule one-on-one conversations to engage with the current council members, identify our commonalities, identify their experience of being on the council, and how to bring me on board.
And then just the second part, how do you view your role on the council?
My role is to be an activator, right? To come in and really hone in on those issues that we are currently addressing and identify what the city of Jackson needs. How do we catapult those decisions that are we're discussing right now? How do we make sure that we have those desired outcomes? So I want to be a part of the process, share my lived experiences, and hopefully that my background will contribute to rich outcomes.
Okay. Jackson has the infrastructure built for a town that was once double its current population, and much of it is in great need of repair. How would you prioritize spending our limited resources to address the growing problem?
With the experience that I have with budget and priority needs, I would say that a city analysis would need to be conducted, and we would identify those priority needs and come to a consensus on what needs to be addressed first in a priority, like a chronological order. So again, we can't address a problem if we don't name it, and when we name that problem, is it feasible, equitable, and sustainable?
Okay, so what do you believe is the biggest challenge facing our city, biggest challenge facing the Fifth Ward, Ward 5, and how do you address them? How will you address them and continue to move the city forward?
Thank you. I believe that one of the biggest issues currently is our homelessness. And I've had the opportunity to be at the governance table to have some conversation about that, speaking directly from the Board of Education. I was pleased to know that T.A. Wilson was identified as an option or a solution for remedy some of our homelessness crisis. And then additionally, I think that the issues in the Fifth Ward, I have not had direct contact with my constituents. I am eager to learn about the issues within the Fifth Ward so that I can bring those back to the full council and discuss those.
Also, I can ask, so with that, your first 3 or 4 months, if you got appointed, what would be your top priorities for the Fifth Ward / city?
I feel like before I can do any work, I need to introduce myself to the Fifth Ward, let them know why I'm choosing to serve. I know this is a small, intimate group right here, and you're hearing just a snapshot of why I am passionate about serving in my community. But during the first 3 months, I would take the time to schedule a meeting, a few meetings to not only introduce myself, but to share my background. Again, build that rapport in order to establish a trusting relationship. And I think from that point, it would evolve into how we can address those concerns.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So how would you go about building relationships with the city departments and employees who oversee day-to-day operations?
Sure. Again, being intentional. The intentionality with purpose is, contacting individuals, not waiting for someone to reach out to me, but actually taking the initiative, contacting, introducing myself, letting them know that I'm interested in coming on board and learning the processes and learning what's already in place and how do I find my sense of belonging and contribute.
Thanks. Shalonda, if you found yourself in a situation where you had to choose between voting in favor of water rate increases or risk the possibility of losing the cash flow necessary to keep our water infrastructure up to date and our fresh water potable, how would you vote?
Can I ask you to repeat the latter end of that one more time? So water increases.
Sure.
And
So if you found yourself in a situation choosing between either water rate increases or risking the possibility of keeping our water infrastructure up to date and our tap water potable, how would you vote?
safety first. I think for a city of, and then other cities around us and our close proximity to us. We know what a water crisis consists of. So I think we would have to look at our budget and focus on the safety of our community members first and make a decision thereafter.
Okay, if you were in an election by the Fifth Ward voters with the same applicants as you are competing for this position with today, how do you feel you would do? If you were gonna compete against the people who have applied for this position and that we're interviewing today in a general election of the Fifth Ward voters, how do you think you would do?
I'm not understanding the question, but I feel like, so let me just clarify. I'm in a position of voting with someone else,
No, you're running for an election.
running for an election.
If you were running for the Fifth Ward today, and you had to compete with the people who you're competing for this position, how do you think you would do in that election?
I'm always going to put my best foot forward, and I feel like my mission is my mission. I know my passion, I know my why, and regardless who else is running for the same election, I will still be committed and invested to my community and focus on why I feel like this role is where I belong.
Council, any other last questions? Yes, sir.
So Shalana, this is a question unique to you, but you're a unique candidate in the sense that you serve on the Jackson Public School Board of Education currently.
That's correct.
So, according to the city attorney, and Matt, jump in and correct me if I'm out of bounds here, if you were hypothetically appointed to this seat, that in and of itself is not a conflict of interest, but there may arise situations that would come up. I'll give you an example. When we recently purchased T.A. Wilson, for instance, from Jackson Public Schools, that would have been a situation, if you had been on council, you'd have to step down from one or the other legally. Given that situation, hypothetically in the future, would you step down from one or the other? Which would you step down from if you found yourself in that situation, if we appointed you to that? That's a long walk, of course, but I do want to hear what you have to say about it.
Sure, thank you. I feel the community voted me in to be on the Board of Education, and I would lean into the voices of my community to vote me in this position as well. I am passionate about the current role of being Vice President of the Jackson Public School Board. I am also eager to be granted this opportunity. I feel that this is a different platform. Yes, it is still for the same city constituents, but I feel that this opportunity grants the opportunity for more depth and breadth to further advocate for community members. And so, to sum it up, I would step down to fill this role as city council,
So you'd step down from the school board,
school board.
given that situation? Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
I guess, kind of the same question as Councilman Forgraves in a sense, but our council meetings, they start off with the first and third, then they may go to the second and fourth, and I can't remember what day at the school board meetings. I guess I see what kind of conflict if it's on the same day. I guess I'm just concerned about that, and I just don't, and the question, Councilman Forgraves, I don't, maybe the attorney can speak up, but I'm trying to understand why would you have to step down from a council or board instead of just recusing yourself from voting for that?
State law.
Okay.
As far as the conflict, I know currently the board meets on the third Tuesday of every month. And it's my understanding that the council meets on the second and the fourth Tuesday of every month. However, we do have special meetings, and those are few and far between, but would definitely communicate that information if need be.
Yeah, Matt, could you put a finer point on it, just to make sure that I'm accurate with that question? I don't want to be out of bounds.
You summed it up perfectly, Councilman Forgrave. So this is based upon a December 1994 opinion of the Attorney General. So short answer is yes, you can simultaneously serve as a member of a city council and a member of a school board. The potential conflict comes into question when the two public bodies would be contracting with one another. And in that very limited scenario, but T.A. Wilson's a good example of that. In that very limited scenario, you can't serve two masters. In other words, you can't negotiate for a lower price, for instance, on behalf of the school board, or a higher price rather on behalf of the school board, and a lower price on behalf of the city council. So what the Attorney General has opined is that in that limited circumstance, that requires stepping down from one of the positions in that scenario. So hypothetically, if there was an instance where both the city and the school board, again, it's very few and far between, but if that situation arose where we're parties to a contract with JPS and a vote comes up and a decision by council is necessary, that would then necessitate stepping down from one of those positions. And as Ms. Hunt answered the hypothetical question, it appears that she would, in that scenario, step down from JPS.
Wouldn't she have to step down from both? Because she
Oh.
may know information about JPS or the city vice versa. I would assume she'd have to step down from both, recuse herself from both. But
No, she would not be recusing from either in that scenario. The only appropriate decision point would be to step down from one. Certainly, you know, and that inherently takes away the conflict because she's no longer representing one of the boards, in this case, the school board.
Thank you.
Lastly, just want to give you an opportunity for any closing remarks.
I want to thank each of you for this opportunity. Again, I'm passionate about the city of Jackson. I want to see the successes continue to evolve. I am wondering what's the process hereafter? That's a question to the council. What happens next?
I don't think we know.
Okay.
We're winging it. City manager, did you want to address that question?
Yeah, so there's an item on the agenda for you to consider the appointment tonight, in a manner of their choosing, whether they just vote round and round and round, or they take a chance to maybe move to eliminate people from consideration right off the bat. So that's one avenue, but it's just about, it's either tonight or tomorrow. And so we have a light agenda tomorrow on purpose, so if it didn't get looked at today, it could get looked at tomorrow. So it's just a matter of finding consensus among the six up here, the direction they want to go.
I have another question. The question was asked of me, how would I get to know Ward 5? And I'm just asking if either of you would like to share what process did you conduct in order, at the time of being elected? How did you go about getting to know the community members, constituents in your specific ward?
That's easy. Just door knock.
Okay.
I mean, really, that's the best way to get to know people. Walk your neighborhood.
Yeah, I think anybody we decide to place in the fifth ward seat would be in an interesting position because, to your point, just running in an election gets you out there and gets you to know your neighbors really well, and knocking doors. And I mean, I can speak most recently. I was out 4 months straight meeting everybody again. So that's a great way to do it. This person obviously wouldn't have done that, so it's up to you to make that effort.
Thank you.
I would add the community meetings or ward meetings is another opportunity that would help. The door knocking is the best.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate this opportunity.
You're
All
welcome.
right, thank you so much.
What?
I'm gonna go get the paperwork.
You gonna get the food?
No, the paperwork.
They say you gonna get food.
Yes, thank you. Chicken pot pies. Okay, he wants a
Do we
chicken
have a
pot
couple
pie.
minutes? Oh,
Make that case, but the Attorney General already says one or the other. I mean, it's
okay.
incredibly narrow.
I just need to,
Where we probably would find ourselves in over a year.
Well, I know you never said it this time, so, okay, I could just email.
Well, hopefully he calls Worthy.
So if they didn't pick it tonight, then still,
Yeah, I wonder if it's a break, see where we're at, and maybe reschedule.
Well, I'd do it before the break. We're running a half an hour early.
I know, we sped up.
Can we see if the last person can we move some of the latter people up?
Yeah, we can do anything.
Sure.
I mean, there, doesn't look like they're gonna take more than a half an hour each, max.
Shucks, not my
We'll
food.
go upstairs with Lisa right now and start making phone calls.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
How long till we have another candidate?
Technically 2:30.
But as soon as they get here, we'll have them come down and start.
is there a dispensation fee for people parking, where they don't get?
No, you getting tickets today, buddy. You getting ticket today, buddy. You might as well go on with a whole lot of other people.
Yes. I did.
Oh, yeah, it looks super cute.
Thank you.
Thank
I got
you,
it.
thank you.
Yours, did you buff yours?
I did
He
got a
buffed it.
haircut this morning. Went to the barber shop. Had them hook me up.
Yeah, I go through
High
bouts.
fade, baby, high fade.
It grows really fast, so. I go through bouts. Yeah. I know, me too. I'm like, I'm so tired of this. I get it all cut off and it's usually cold.
John Elson.
Please don't. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, kind of I saw, looks like Elko from Duke is going to St. Helens. He was a former assistant there, so. Yeah, I think with the addition of the West Coast teams, maybe some recruiting guys he got out there can help us. Last 2 years, I know,
Yeah,
2 or 3 years, turn around the Beavers. So, I will withhold judgment until first couple games of next year. No, they could have shut Arizona. They missed that, Holger missed that 3 late, and they were up 3 after being down 15. So they battled back, but there's terrible deficits they get themselves in. So, we've seen this before, right? Play the Blue Bloods, lose, get rolling in the Big Ten. Those games against Purdue are good in the Big Ten. They got beat, 'cause Purdue's rolling.
Oh, that big dude,
Yeah, Edie's.
he's just a monster, man. I don't know when you're doing the pros.
I want to see a little bit more out of, actually a lot more out of Booker. I think of all the freshmen, coming cars coming along quickest. I think just more the position he plays, because the guard, you behind even two guards.
You feeling okay, Arlene?
Yeah,
Yeah.
can't get rid of the sinus drainage.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. And then the dry air doesn't help
I know.
at all. I've got a humidifier in my room and one in the living room. They're all running all over the house.
Right.
So,
Winning against Butler was nice.
yeah, I feel like that too.
Yeah, going out the West Coast and in Arizona. That's, you beat a blue blood when it comes to seeding later on.
So who they play in the?
We just work all the time, don't you?
Big Ten shit, that's a good question. I do. No, because they play them.
Oh, okay.
They're playing Notre Dame. Good question.
Yeah, so, man,
Okay, good seeing you, Jack.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I said they win the battle or lose the war, it's all gonna come crumbling down anyway. I mean, won't beat them, probably. But if they're brewing against Iowa, I think it's in flux. But they still in over. The big debate's Florida State, right? It's kind of, if Washington wins, but Oregon can beat Washington in the Pac-12. Bailey's in the SEC championship. Georgia's number one. I think Georgia gets in at, maybe gets down to 2, it doesn't drop below that, and 1-3, so you get like Georgia against FSU, do they win out? Michigan against Bama? Keep out,
Those types of
well, their schedules weak.
And I think they just like the last project that they did to the city, that was a big thing.
Yeah.
In this project.
I get it.
I think I'm gonna want to go Washington, they play again.
If Washington wins the Pac-12, because they have enough big wins.
So Washington come to the Big Ten next year.
Yeah, and, I think so, except for like, there's only 2 teams left in the Pac-12, so where do they go? Oregon State's one of them. I think that's why. There's like, I don't have a conference. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I think that Well, hello there, how you doing? You the next contestant? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
According to the ways that she
Yeah, it'll be a,
worked, or according to the way that you feel
be
like.
interesting new reality. Big 10, Big 17, whatever we got.
Did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
I did.
Good.
Yeah.
Did you cook?
No.
No?
I just did a couple cakes
That's
and a
nice.
pan of dressing for my son.
Very nice.
I didn't make dressing, so I did dressing for him, but I went to my boyfriend's.
Oh,
folks.
nice.
Yeah.
Very
They had
nice.
food galore, so much food. Each one of the kids came home, they ate, and they came home with a to-go plate. So they were well taken care of.
Yeah.
For those
very
couple of
nice.
days, you know, you eat turkey
Oh,
leftovers.
gosh. Yeah, I think we're finally done with all leftovers.
Are you?
Yeah, and I sent everybody home with leftovers too. I couldn't believe how much food we had.
Yeah, where you want to go?
It was nice.
What I need to do, one more. I can just do it now?
You wanna do it now?
Yeah, I don't.
You'll get sworn in?
Do you solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of this state, and faithfully perform the duties of Second Ward Council Member in and for the city of Jackson, the county of Jackson, and the state of Michigan to the best of your abilities, so help you God?
I do. That's it? I thought I was supposed to have my hand on the Bible.
So then the way you should study. Right?
I'm not doing this again, do I?
Well, we'll do it, but you won't sign for it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
No one said that. They said that they should not be, we shouldn't hire at a poverty level.
I know, but what's being proposed is $50 an hour, and they're saying, no, we can't do that, that's
But to
poverty.
me, I think if you just throw a random number out there of what you think someone should get paid, you have to have some basis.
I know, I have no
What,
idea what
of
people are
why
getting
you're,
paid.
of why you're proposing it, right? So if it's like,
Oh, we got two down, so
you get that much
two
money,
now.
I think you should get this much.
You remember
But then
that?
there's no studies, no
Those are-
understanding, like,
Yes, you
scope of work.
No.
Yes, you
I'm
have.
keeping an open mind,
I ain't
Brady.
keeping an open mind.
All the way to the end.
Nope, I ain't keeping an open mind.
I am.
I am not. Open mind.
Okay, so this is the part that confuses me and about the discussion about immediately after that, we voted almost unanimously on every other expenditure that we had, a lot of road projects. All projects that had to be bid on the same way this project was bid on. And not one question was asked about how much the foreman of those jobs will pay, how much the CEO is gonna profit from the project. No one's asking those questions of those projects. When community action comes in and they get awarded projects and get awarded bids, nobody's asking how much the CEO of community action agency. But you're making it your job right now, you're asking, this is what I'm saying, you're asking that question specifically about residents. Right, my question is, why aren't those same questions being asked about all of the contracts?
Whatever comes up with him in the meeting, and I try to read
But
the
those
agenda
were
prior
already
to.
meeting.
I don't know everything that's going on,
Well,
but
you
when I
can't,
hear in the meeting,
you can't excuse it to ignorance at this point, because you do enough to ask about residents in action and how much their CEO was getting paid, and not enough for any other project.
no, but it is, how the city is figures out the amount of council.
Right, but it seems that this is the thing, it's only being scrutinized.
You leaving?
Hey, Janisha, it's Arlene.
Yeah, can I
was
leave?
just double checking that you got the message, the reminder. Okay. Okay, we had a 5-minute break, so I was just trying to
For you.
do my
It's
due
really
diligence.
nice.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. The warming center is really nice.
Okay, all right, I'll pick her up,
Pallet
okay.
houses are,
All right.
oh yeah. These are great questions. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I was like, how would I have answered these questions? Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. Oh, it's just hard to say. Sure. 30 minutes. Yeah. Yep.
Exactly, so everything is dismissed unless, and that's why I wanna know, what is
Look alive.
We'll see you later.
Uh-oh.
around residents.
Hey, go sit down.
Thanks. Yep, you too.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I really
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
I did.
Okay.
Yep. It was pretty long, but, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
All righty. I think we have our next candidate. Just want to call our brief break back to order.
Okay.
I will, you get a chance to introduce yourself right off the bat. Yeah, water here.
Wait, my seat went down.
Thank you. Hi, I'm here.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
If you want to take about a minute or so to introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Samantha Clues. I go by Sam. I'm fairly new to Jackson. I moved here in October of last year with my husband Riley, our dog Bruce, and our cat June. We bought a property over at First and Morel and have really enjoyed our first year. We've finally experienced all the seasons. Originally, I'm from the north side of Chicago, so that's where I hail from originally. Riley and I met in Detroit back in, 2015. He's from Ohio. So we met in Detroit, we got married in Berrien Springs, and now here we have come to Jackson. I guess that's kind of a little bit about me. I work in clinical research in my day-to-day. I've monitored research studies for just shy of a decade, and now I am home-based. So I sit in yoga pants all day and I look at data, which is very fun. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm really thrilled that this seat opened up. I have been curious about getting involved, and I have read up on some of the Muni Code and things like that to try and get acclimated with the local government and all. So, as I mentioned in my application, I do not have prior experience in this realm, so this would be a new challenge for me, I suppose. But I'm very excited, very eager to get involved and take action. So I guess that kind of, I would love to take any questions and.
All right. Okay, so I have the first question for you, Sam. Have you ever been a member of a board, commission, or committee? If so, what was your role?
I have not been a member, no. I have engaged with ethics committees in the research environment, but that's more looking to a board for governance and approval, so,
Okay.
for whatever that's worth.
Ready? Hello, how are you?
Good.
Why do you want to be a city council member? And what in your personal or professional background do you believe would assist you if you were selected?
I would like to be a member of council because I would like to participate in representing my neighborhood community. I'm sorry, what was the second half of your question? My apologies.
And what in your personal or
Oh,
professional?
My professional
background.
experience. Thank you. I would say the positions that I've held in the private sector, if I could describe what that role entails, it's sort of liaising between corporate and between clinical field operations. So what that means is in pharmaceutical research, I adhere, my job would be to monitor the conduct of a research study. So this means I am required to be an expert on the protocol and ensure that adherence to that protocol is maintained in clinical practice. So when I worked in the field, it was in hospitals, ICUs, research clinics. I've traveled internationally, nationally, and I would say the experience I've had in rolling out what is expected and anticipated in a corporate environment, in an office environment, and having that play out in clinical field practice is quite a challenge, and there are any number of issues that can arise with that. Whether a clinical site doesn't have the appropriate supplies on hand, or haven't been trained appropriately, or something, whatever the case may be, my role was sort of to ensure that everything goes according to plan. And when it doesn't, I am also the person tasked with documenting everything. Documentation is a huge part of my job in research, and I think with that would parlay very seamlessly into this type of position as far as the importance of transparency and communication, really. Those are key components to my background, I would say. And when we have issues in the field, then it is my job to document that. And if it's an issue which is potentially compromising to patient safety or ethics or data integrity or anything of that respect, that then will be escalated to the ethics committee. Everything is reported, well documented. We do a lot of risk mitigation, a lot of CAPA analysis, corrective actions and preventative actions, things like that. So I don't know if I've really summarized that as well as I would have liked to, but I hope that sort of provides a little bit of foundation to where you may see parallels in what I'm speaking about and what the role of, representing the community sort of entails. Because, again, in field practice, I would often solicit my clinical staff for feedback, for how could we run this study better? What isn't working for you? Which vendors don't you like? How can we improve operations? And, kind of focus on that end goal of, we're conducting a research study, we're going to get this compound to market or diagnostic device to market. So I would say that there are parallels for sure. I found it very rewarding and challenging to be kind of that middle role in between rolling out a protocol very successfully in clinical field practice. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Hi. What effort have you made to contact and develop a rapport with the Fifth Ward voters?
That's a great question. Well, I've met a handful of my neighbors, and I absolutely could do more, and I intend to do more. I haven't gone door to door or canvassed or solicited for, like, here I am, here's who I am. This vacancy sort of opened up as a surprise. And so I won't say that I have necessarily prepared by meeting with my neighborhood. However, I I have made friends with one of our neighbors, and she actually works for the library, and she and I have kind of put our heads together on a few things. As far as, we talked about like what efforts we could make for voter turnout, for example. We talked about, you know, where there may be a need for engagement, community engagement with younger voters, or, you know, limitations with getting to a polling place, things like that. And we've sort of, you know, had some discussions about that. We've also talked about organizing a community barbecue, you know, some kind of a block party or something like that. And as I mentioned, I've been here about a year, so we've had one summer, and a lot of my private time to date has been spent focused on sort of rehabbing the property that we've purchased. And we're actually having our kitchen done as we speak, so it's very exciting. We'll finally have a stove, which I'm quite thrilled about. We've been using a microwave and a toaster oven for about a year now, so we're making some progress, and I'm very thrilled. So, and I'm very hopeful that next summer, we've talked quite a bit about having more time to give and have more involvement. I think I wrote in my application, we go on walks through Mount Evergreen Cemetery, and we pick up litter. Just, we bring a trash bag and a little grabber thing, and we pick up trash and, you know, say hello to neighbors and things like that. So yeah, I would say that's about that. I keep a close watch on the library events too, and things that we can get involved with there. We've also discussed volunteering with Cascades. I have a little bit of background. I worked for the Humane Society when I was in college. I worked with animal control, things like that. And we had adopted our dog prior to the pandemic, and I'd intended to have him certified to bring it into hospitals and retirement communities and things like that for pet therapy. But then the pandemic hit, and you know, that kind of fell off the wayside kind of ordeal. And so instead, I've been trying to seek out an opportunity to bring my dog to socialize the adoptable dogs with Cascades, because it would just be, you know, efficient. We go to that dog park anyway. If we can help get some of the animals there out and active. So I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, given the choice between representing your constituents or representing small businesses, if there was a situation where those two groups were at odds, how would you vote? Or who would you represent, I should say?
That's an interesting question. I think it would be dependent upon circumstance. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, my immediate reaction is, well, I would represent my constituents because that's what I'm here for. However, I also understand the need for our small business community and everything like that. So I think it would really be dependent upon the issue at hand.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Em. How do you feel a council member should use social media to address residents of the city or ward on issues or concerns?
I think maybe coordinating a TikTok dance. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, that's an interesting point you bring up, because I don't use Facebook, and I think the red alert, is that what it was? That functionality is kind of hinges upon that. So I guess, I think it's necessary. I mean, I think the city of Jackson, as far as I'm aware, has social media presence on Facebook. I'm not sure about Instagram or Twitter, but I would assume so. But I would also acknowledge that that does not, that doesn't encompass the entire community. You know, my grandparents don't use Facebook or Twitter or anything like that. And as far as I'm aware, I think there's some disconnect in social media at this point in time. I think people are kind of getting away from depending upon it. But as far as use, I mean, I would, professional use, I think, it's kind of a standard for, both private and public entities to use to communicate. Mm-hmm.
Well, this will be interesting, since you're new to town.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to hear your answers.
All
What
right.
are the greatest attributes to the city, and in particularly the Fifth Ward?
The Fifth Ward.
The city as a whole and to the Fifth Ward.
The city as a whole, I love the history. I have become a bit obsessed with the rich history of the city of Jackson. And I guess I could include the Fifth Ward in that. Well, no, I don't know that the cemetery is in the Fifth Ward. I think that's maybe next to it. But we went on the historical cemetery walk in the late summer, early fall, I think it was. I think the location of the city was a big part of why I moved here. Being on the Amtrak line, I'm a huge public transit advocate personally. I love riding the train, and I was really thrilled at the public transit offerings that the city has as well in that respect. And so I think from my limited experience to date, it seems to me that there's a lot happening in Jackson, and there's a lot of potential in this city. And I've been really blown away with how much community involvement there is that I have seen. I've attended several council meetings throughout the last year. I stumbled upon the Chili Festival at one weekend, and I was really excited about that because at that point in time, I was like, wow, it feels like there's something going on all the time, and that is awesome. So as far as the Fifth Ward, and I would actually have to look at where the boundary lines are. Like, I won't, pretend like I don't know all the streets and things like that. But I understand that it encompasses quite a bit of downtown, and that, to your question, when it comes to residents or small business, that would be a question I need to answer, and answer well. So, so far, I would say I'm really, as far as the ward itself, it's a really, it seems quite quiet, which is nice. There are a lot of kids that we get to see, and that is really encouraging. A lot of kids on our block that have come by and offered to rake and things of that nature. I get a good sense for the community. And in addition to that, I wanted to make a note and touch on the T.A. Wilson building and the warming shelter and that I am really keen to support those efforts as well. I think that something like that, I know, you can have all types of opinions on it, but I live right around the corner from that location, and I was thrilled to see, the news coverage last fall about that school being put to use for a warming shelter. And I've been kind of keeping an eye on what's happening with that, and I would actually like to volunteer my support if I can be of any assistance there, regardless of the council position. I would really like to be involved in what's happening there as well, so.
Sam, I have the next question.
Yes.
Next question is, if you are selected, how would you go about building relationships with other council members? And how do you see your role on council?
Far as building relationships, I think I would probably, ask y'all out. Can I do that? Like, can I ask you out on a date for coffee and things like that? Like a little get to know each other kind of thing. 'Cause I know, like in my professional world, when I spend my day working in the hospital for 8 to 10 hours, we traditionally go out and grab a beer after that and talk about what deviations we've come up with for today and things of that nature. So I do think I'm excited to get to know people a bit more, because I feel like I've kind of been in a shell for a while. And this opportunity just happened to come at this time, and so I would say probably, personally, I like spending time outdoors, and as I mentioned, I'm going to have a new kitchen soon, and I like to cook and bake. So, I like spending time together and actually doing activities, things of that nature. I would say if we did like a team building event, I don't really know, If you want to do some trust falls. I'm just kidding. But
I have the next question. Jackson has infrastructure built for a town that was once double its population. And much of it is in need of repair. How would you prioritize spending our limited resources to address this growing problem?
Well, I think, with limited resources and an abundance of need, it's always a challenge to try and make the best choices, I would say. And I think for me, I do my due diligence. I try to educate myself and have awareness. When it comes to something I'm tasked with making a decision on or an action I need to take, I want to have all opinions, all information. And I think, when it comes to managing a budget or making decisions in regards to a budget, I would say it would really just be dependent upon need, and where the most critical need may lie. So, I suppose, for example, I'm trying to think of something offhand, like with the T.A. Wilson building, say you had a developer that wanted to come and turn that into shopping or something of that nature versus, a community warming shelter. And, on the one hand, the shopping center is going to bring in tax revenue and, and things like this. On the other hand, when it comes to a choice like that, in my mind, I would think it's a no-brainer to go with the community, with supporting the residents of the community, and explore whether or not there are any opportunities for, incentives or grants, programs, things like that, where, I don't know. I think even with an unlimited budget, it's almost never enough. Seems to be sometimes anyhow. So I hope that sort of answered that question a little bit. It's kind of hard to spitball about something without having like a case to look at. But, yeah. Yeah. I expected it.
Okay.
Hey. Kind of like two parts. What do you believe is the biggest challenge facing our city? Also, the biggest challenge facing Ward 5, and how will you address them and continue to move the city forward?
I would probably throw out that the biggest challenge facing the city would be the budget, generally, as a very high-level kind of throwaway answer. And I would say something that I have been minding quite closely is the lead line replacement and how, and the special assessments and how that all is rolling out. I would be interested in understanding more about that. And again, I feel I'm coming from a place where I would have a lot to learn. So I can stand here and say like, well, this is my opinion, maybe a, something like that, because I think it's a 35-year timeline or something of that nature. And I would be interested in shortening that timeline and seeing, what else could be done to, replace those lines and maybe, alternatives for funding, things of that nature. So I think that's quite important. I think, and another thing I had thought about in regards to that is the job creation for that type of work and those types of projects. And whether there's any creativity to be applied to something like that, as far as, whether or not there may be community members who are looking for work who might be able to contribute to that type of process. And, I don't know, like I've thought about these types of things, but again, I feel a little bit, I don't know, I would say behind, but I don't have as much of the history as all of you do. So I would definitely expect to sort of lean on one another, you know, in the event that we move forward. I would hope that that type of camaraderie is acceptable for me to expect, I guess. So.
Okay, so how would you go about building relationships with city departments and employees who oversee and manage day-to-day operations?
I think probably just talking to people, really. Stopping in, saying hello. I think getting involved and finding out what projects are happening and where are your pain points, or, you know, what's working well and what's new, and yeah, I would think it would be kind of similar to building relationships as I have in my work. You know, I've had the privilege of working with some world-renowned scientists and researchers, and I don't really see any difference between the oncology physician that I'm working with and his nursing assistant, as far as people are concerned. We all play our part in moving things forward, so.
Here's another hypothetical to throw at you, so prepare yourself. If you found yourself in a situation on council where you had to choose between voting in favor of water rate increases for property owners or risk losing the cash flow necessary to keep our water infrastructure up to date and our fresh water safe and potable, how do you vote in that situation?
I would raise the rates. Kind of, thank you for that was a straightforward one.
Okay, if you were in an election by the fifth ward voters with the same applicants as you're competing with for this position today, how do you feel you do?
Right now, not so hot. When the seat is open for election, I think I could probably do all right. I'm not really sure. It's hard to say. But I do, like I said, I do look forward to having more involvement in the future. With the house we bought, I mean, we've in the year we've had it, we've put a new roof on, new windows, new HVAC, all just a lot. It's been a lot. So I'm really looking forward to kind of buttoning that up and being able to really, I intended to run in the next election, so whatever that's worth.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Is there any additional questions at this time?
What brought you to Jackson?
It just felt right, I would say.
Your dart on the map?
We looked around, we kind of looked around, we wanted to move to Michigan, and we looked in the greater Detroit area and the Ann Arbor area, and I've got family in Chicago, and my husband has family in Ohio, so Jackson kind of just fit for us. I work remotely. My husband's a musician, and plays in the Toledo area, and so, and actually, the first time we came here to look at a property, I was really in love with the bright walls downtown. I really was excited about a smaller downtown and having kind of like a more small city kind of community. I lived in Chicago for a few years and then lived in the south suburbs for a few years after that. And I think we needed a change, and we love Michigan. We go to all the state parks, and since being an Illinois resident and so on, so it just made sense for us. And the more I learned, the more I really dug, because I went through and looked at the wiki page and the city pages and anything. I looked at climate. I looked at all kinds of things before we made the decision to come here. And I'm very happy that we did. And actually, what a great surprise it was to learn we lived a block and a half from Hinckley's Bakery. That was a blessing and a curse, I would say. So we're excited to be here.
Well, Sam, that sounds like it sums it up for you, but I do want to give you an opportunity for any last comments.
Well, I really thank you for having me today. I really appreciate your time and patience. I wasn't really sure how this would go, but I really enjoyed speaking with each of you and answering your questions. And, I don't assume this is going to work out, but that's all right. I'll see you at the meetings, and, and next time the position opens, I'm going to be here and hopefully a little bit better prepared at that point in time. But I do feel capable, and I guess, I came up with a few questions to ask, and then I just kind of scrapped that because I would just go down a rabbit hole and have more and more and more to go. So I guess I will just say thank you very much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to being more involved in the future as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we got about 15 minutes before our next interview. And just so you know, almost all of our interviews have been moved up from lunch and afterwards. So, and I think they moved up lunch or dinner, whatever you want to call it. They moved it up also. So, I think we got one person that they're waiting to still be able to get a hold of to move up.
Okay.
So, got about 15 minutes before the next interview.
Okay.
What happens if somebody says no?
She was the one I was starting to tell you about. When somebody's
should hide all of Freddie's snacks.
I know, because I'm looking over here like, okay, he stepped out of the room.
Now he's sharing.
Oh, he is
Oh,
sharing
yeah.
today.
Oh, have some gum. Have some. Yeah. You want some candy? Yeah, he had some M&Ms here one night, and I was like, and he goes, nope. I was like, oh, okay then. I guess. Yeah, that's what it was. He needed them more than I did. He's funny. All right, I guess I'll rest her. I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was busy. Yes, I hosted, and it was a lot of people in my little
It
house.
always comes with hosting.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was like quite ready to have it be over, but
Yeah,
Anybody want some
a lot of
snacks?
work, but you look back on it,
Anybody
well
want
worth
some
it when
snacks?
everyone's well fed,
Snacking.
yeah.
happy.
So we gonna make a decision today, Mr. Mayor? Oh, yeah. Okay, now. Uh-oh.
I hope it's okay that I stay, because I kind of want to see what.
No, you can't stay. You should have left. You're supposed to leave.
Jonathan Green said I could stay.
Right.
Right, well, because I wanted to see what other people had to say,
No, you cheating.
so
Man, you cheating.
I'm cheating in reverse.
You cheating. That's
I'm
what
taking
you-
my cues from Michigan.
Where she go? She said she's taking the cues from Michigan. Wait till the
that
curtain.
way- Because I want to know what other people are interested in doing and saying, so, yeah,
For long to stay after.
yeah.
Nope.
I can't say the whole time, but
No, you taking notes, you cheating. So, you don't,
yeah, it's.
you don't, do you do finders keepers?
I'm not doing, I do all of them except Toledo.
Oh, you are Toledo. You told me that, yeah, you told me.
Yes, Toledo was so terrible.
No, it's
So
not.
terrible last year that I was like, I'm not. I'm like, it is not worth the drive, the
Oh, we do good,
hotel,
we go down, they just,
the energy.
you Monroe?
But I'm doing, the Wings Stadium.
I know, we never done that.
It's,
We know it's huge.
it's Saturday and Sunday,
Nope, that's why I got 2 minutes there.
and that's, yeah,
Do you make sauce?
I do not. I've been up to this. It is cooler than me because it's from Traverse. I've been up to the kitchen once to actually cook it. Do you make the butter?
Not anymore, we did at the beginning. We get it from Michigan Milk Producers.
Okay.
And we whip it up. He make the vegan butter.
Oh,
We
okay.
make that.
Oh, so you do make it. I mean, you add in your
Yeah,
own
we do,
stuff.
yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay.
At the beginning we did, it just, we realized it was too much.
No, it is a lot. I don't know.
But it's gonna be a grind, man.
Well, how many different flavors do you guys have?
So far,
Mhm.
and we have
6.
really we haven't done any promotion.
I don't know, 12,
Okay.
15?
So I'm kind of just trying to
Okay.
read.
Well, let's take that back. 6,
And then we
But-
got some.
well, about,
stuff
yeah,
we're doing with
16 in a sense. Cause we got season on, like we do pumpkin,
Oh,
chocolate,
okay.
strawberry.
Okay.
We'll see. So our kitchen is in Concord.
That's definitely step one.
Oh, is it?
especially
Okay.
if you are, like if you jerk
Um,
smooth. That's, people say, oh,
Do you have like a big commercial?
Yeah, it's not big. It's commercial, it's not big.
Like, go ahead. Yeah. And then come back to
Uh-oh.
see me, give me your eyes.
Oh, here go next one.
Honest review of which one you think. A lot of people seats and have been, yeah, I have, a lot of people who have been there.
Well, hello there, sir.
Good, how are you?
Okay.
Is it necessary for me to check in as a tenth, or is that what's just waiting? Right?
Well, they need to know you're here.
Okay.
Have you been up there?
The tenth, not yet.
Yeah, just go up.
I can go up there and come back.
Yeah, go up there and come back. 'Cause
Okay.
Jonathan, he's not.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Jonathan wasn't here.
So I'll go let him know.
Yeah, I think Lisa's up there. Just go check in with Lisa. Let her know you're here.
He can start early though, because all they need is us.
Yeah, but still, I think they need to know he's in.
But we do need Angela.
Right.
But that's because the company that we ordered from, I didn't catch them in time to get my order before freaking holiday. I'm keeping myself still. It's a company called Webster. Okay. So, and it takes me a little bit of time to get stuff shipped out. But I'm just checking email between the order coming to me tomorrow. That'll say company trips. Right. And it'll allow me to add a couple more things too. We don't have our full menu out yet. We already are getting about the production.
I ordered for 10 minutes.
I think
That's
you
literally
ordered.
just this.
I think you got Sophia. So see, Sophia is very like she. I had to tell her the other day, Sophia, you have to smile when you talk to people. You know, she's not.
No, I just
She's very matter of fact.
Yeah.
Anybody else would have not said it like that.
Yes, you do.
Like, oh, okay, cool.
Energizer, baby.
Sophia would be like, yeah, that's.
Some raisins, you know what raisins gonna do to you.
Right.
It's funny.
I got wipes and everything, I'm ready to go. Waiting on you, girl.
Oh, no, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Are we serious?
Yeah, he done came in. I said, we gotta wait till you come in.
Oh.
'Cause you done came and left.
No, he had to go check in.
Telling everybody, I am their number one investor and their number one employee.
Yeah.
My wife might be employee. It's gonna alternate between the two of us. We'll be hiring some people, but it's still low. I just gotta figure out where this traffic is going, like plateau. I don't wanna hire somebody that might have to go out to buy it.
Yeah, he went up to 10.
Oh. It's the same hours as the crossing right now. So they don't, that's what Will said, it's funny, because they work whenever they want to.
And on opening day, they didn't really want to work.
They did not.
Oh, that's
They
funny.
were chilling so hard that day. Oh,
They're owners, they get to do that, right?
yeah, they do.
They're the boss.
And they smart, because then they make money and then they still spend my money.
Oh, that's too
I put
funny.
that money in the bank.
Oh, that's what my
That's too
6-year-old does. Intentionally leaves his money. I don't need my money.
Oh, my gosh.
I said, now, this is not gonna happen all the time. Shoot.
Laura.
All right. Okay, looks like we have our next candidate here, so I'll bring our brief break back to order. Good afternoon. If you want to take the first minute or so and just introduce yourself, I do want to ask that we make sure that if you have a device on your phone or anything, not just you specifically, but everyone, if you could make sure that you silence or put your phones or devices on vibrate, so that we can keep our attention on the applicants who are interviewing, that will be appreciated. So yeah, take the first minute or so to introduce yourself, and then we will have some questions for you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, my name is Anson Law. I live in the Fifth Ward, obviously. I've been there for several years. I got my home about 6 years ago, and I like Jackson. There's a lot of things I like about it. I mean, there's always room for improvement. I think that's what we're all here to do. The reason I'm stepping up is I do want to make sure that the people in my ward and in the city have a voice, you know, on the city council, that her absence isn't left open. But I also want to make sure that we have someone, specifically, I tend to be a bit self-critical in a healthy way, where I'm like trying to perceive my actions from an external point of view. I think sometimes it can be, we get into complacency, you know, we come up and we sit in our positions, and even if you guys, you know everything that's going on, like you have a perspective that the citizens necessarily don't. We don't always have all the information that we need to understand things. We don't always have the knowledge of all of the packets you go over, all of the meetings you have, the things that are discussed there. And so sometimes I think it's refreshing to have a citizen's perspective on council, to where, like, hold on, even if we think everything is on the up and up, we want to make sure that we're getting that information out to people, because they need to know that things are above board. Because there are going to be questions. Like, no matter how well everything's run, people are going to be skeptical. People are going to have questions. And I think it's good if we have somebody, and I'm not saying you guys aren't, but I know I'm very open to criticism. I'm very open to saying, hey, look, if I make a mistake, I'm going to be the first one to tell you. If I do something wrong, I want to know about it. And if there's something we can do better, like some of the policies in this city that we had people speak on, like regarding being pushed out into homelessness because of inspection policies and stuff, I think for me, my main focus is to make sure that even though everyone has good intentions on council, that we're not causing unintentional harms to citizens, and where government policies and decisions may be hurting people, that we mitigate those as much as possible. So that's kind of my reasoning for stepping to this. I do a lot of work in my community. There's a lot of people I could throw stones to houses, people in my neighborhood who know me and who I've supported. That I've organized my own community cleanup out there. I participated in the one that Christy Davis and Laura Schlechte did, which was awesome. You know, we did the big item pickup, and then I went around and organized my own for the smaller stuff. You know, like just a lot of the litter and hazards and stuff. There's a lot of kids that play around there, and we had broken glass. We had like all kinds of trash everywhere. So it was nice to clean that up and get everybody out. And I spend a lot of time with autistic people in my neighborhood, particularly my best friend Cole. We hang out a lot and, you know, do walks and kind of expand his world. I think it's good for me to see the people in my community, their needs, and try and connect them with people and services I want to help them. So I want to say, hey, what good policies and programs we have, and connect people to that. And then, hey, what are some harms that are inadvertently being caused that we can fix? So those are my main focuses for being here. And then I have a as far as other experience that's useful, I have a pretty good grasp on parliamentary procedure and deliberative assemblies. You know, I've testified on legislation against Republicans and Democrats. It doesn't matter, just depends on who's trying to step on us at the moment. Even if it's inadvertent, sometimes there have been genuine mistakes in language. I'm a bit of a nerd about language and very detail-oriented, so I try and pay attention to the details on things. So I just think that my ability to take in input and criticism, to articulate and to help people bring their concerns in a way that's not dismissed, and to connect people to good services and fix the harms that we might be inadvertently causing is my main reason for being here.
Okay, well, welcome. Thank you for that introduction. I have the first question for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you been a member of a board, commission, or committee? If so, what was your role?
Yeah, so is that public committees or is it private? Like private sector too?
Sorry, any, yes.
Okay, yeah, just to be open, I mean, everybody's got their parties and leanings. I know there's been people on this committee who've been with the Democratic Party, Republican Party, so I'm on the executive committee of the Republican Party for Jackson County, and so that's why I said I understand, you know, the yay, nays, motions, subsidiary motions, all that stuff. I kind of have familiarity with that, and I think that information is useful. My role there is just mostly to try to help make sure that we're advocating for the individual rights and human freedom is kind of my biggest concern. And doesn't mean I agree with everything everybody says. I've been the only yay or the only nay in that room. I'm not afraid to stand up for what I believe is right. You know, no matter who that puts me up against or who that puts on my side, I'm happy to work with anyone across the aisle. And then you said any boards, commissions. I haven't done anything like boards like Parks and Rec or anything like that, but that's probably the only technical committee that I serve on. Other than the subcommittee doing bylaws revision, like I said, I nerd out on language, so we discuss private law, philosophy, public law, and how those things intertwine.
Thank you.
Hello, how
Hi.
are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. My question is, why do you want to be a city council member? And what in your personal or professional background do you believe would assist you if you were selected?
Okay. Yeah, I think I covered some of that in the introduction. I did ramble a little bit, but like I said, my biggest thing is seeing what good are we doing as a city government, and what harms are we doing, and trying to connect people to the good things and work on resolving the bad things. And I don't think that anyone's putting anything bad intentionally, but there are things that are happening that are either not being done efficiently, that are not being done effectively, or even if they are and people have questions, I want to help resolve those concerns. I want to make sure that not only are we actually doing a good job for citizens, but that they're informed enough to know that that's the truth as well. So that's kind of my reasoning, as well as just making sure that there are a lot of people who are just kind of disaffected by politics. Like I know I seem kind of young, but in my youth still, I didn't want anything to do with politics. To be honest, I just seemed like a weird version of sports, something that people got into to hate each other for no reason, and I just didn't want anything to do with it, But I feel like for me, my goal is to liberate a world of good people from bad ideas, and I think that everybody has good intentions. I think that sometimes we don't think things through, or maybe we take positions that we disagree on, but those things should be worked out. We should try to understand each other and to do so respectfully. So I want to be able to make sure that the people who aren't connected and who don't pay attention to politics, like, what are their concerns? Because there's reasons that they don't care. Some people just don't trust it. Some people just feel so unheard that they don't want anything to do with it. Like, what's the point? And so I want to make sure that I'm addressing those people and reaching out to them. So I'm be like, hey, why aren't you involved? And if some did get people involved, hey, what got you involved in this, so we can get our neighbors in too? Because I don't want to just be appointed up here and feel like I'm the city council person. I want my people in my ward to know that I represent them, that I listen to them, that if they have their concerns or criticisms of me, that I'm still going to listen, that I'm still going to take that to heart and do what I can to make things better.
Hey.
Hey.
So what efforts have you made to contact and develop a rapport with the Fifth Ward voters?
Yeah, there's been a few different efforts, just issue-based, that I've been out. I've door-knocked a lot of doors in this city. It just depends on what things are going on. But like I said, mostly it's been about community efforts, like doing cleanups, when I worked at the assembly line of the factory, I moved into molding. But when I was on assembly, I kind of got people trained up to give me their cans, because they were throwing them out, and I hate to see waste. So they were throwing out cans that you could return for bottle deposits. So I got people trained to give me those, and I could give them out to people in my community who needed them. I'd give them out to IFS, the Interfaith Shelter, or I'd give them out to, there's a house just a few doors down that's like an adult care home. People are just kind of like disabled and stuff. So I give them cans and stuff sometimes just to help them get the things that they want. Like I said, I do a lot of walks, bike rides. I take one of the autistic people I spend time with, they move away. But the other one that I spend a lot of time with, we go out to bowling, we go to arcades, we go out on walks and runs and stuff. I got him trained up. So we go on Sundays, we go for runs, and then we get shakes afterwards. So he gets excited about that. And I've seen him improve behaviorally and like in his diet and stuff as well. And it's helped with his, mood issues and everything. So like I said, I try and connect with people on an individual level, and then on a community basis, I just want to help out where I can. Doing the community cleanups and stuff like that is a big thing. I think we can work with local haulers and stuff, especially. A1 jumped right on that. He was totally happy to help out. So I think we can connect with businesses and people in the community to do things to help everyone, and then get people connected, like I said, to services that we already have. They didn't even know about LifeWays and the stuff that they could do, and I feel like there's a lot of people in the city who don't even know what's available to them.
So given the choice between representing your constituents or representing small businesses, if there was ever a situation where those two groups were at odds, which would you choose to represent?
I think that's a good question. I think it's important to and it is more difficult at a localized level. The decisions and actions taken by government when they're closer to home are always inherently more authoritative because it's harder to be abstract or ideologically rigid when you get closer to just regular city management. But I think that when it comes to, like, my thing isn't, okay, so when it comes to small businesses, a lot of those are just citizens as well, and those might even be your own constituents. But that doesn't mean that I would put businesses ahead of people. I want to make sure that I'm representing the interests of my constituents first and foremost, but that also I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to rob Peter to pay Paul just because Paul's a constituent of mine. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not going to step on the liberties of other people to try and serve the people that I represent. I want to make sure that I'm doing the best that I can within the boundaries of proper principle and maintaining the highest degree of freedom and liberty for the people in the city and in my ward. You know, I don't want to step on anybody just to serve my people and say that that makes me to be doing a good job, because I don't see it that way.
Thanks, Anson. How do you feel a council member should use social media to address residents of the city or ward on issues or concerns?
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I think social media can be a good way to reach a larger audience. And I don't know if you consider like video hosting platforms as part of social media, things like YouTube and stuff, but I think that any medium of communication you have that you can put things out to help inform people on what's going on. Like, I've seen some posts from city council people that are like, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what's up, this is why. I love it when people explain why they voted a certain way, because sometimes even when we're at these meetings, you'll see it'll be like 5-1, and you're like, well, why was that a no? And I don't know why. You know, maybe it was discussed in a subcommittee, maybe it was a personal reasoning, but I like to know the reasoning, like I said, because I might disagree with it, but maybe if I hear the reason, I'd be like, okay, that's understandable. Like, I'd like to understand the actions of the people that are up on city council. So if you can do that through social media, if you can do that through YouTube videos, I don't care if you go on a podcast, I think any medium you can take advantage of to get the word out to people, to help them understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, and then, like I said, what services are available and what things we're working on. I think that's great.
Okay, you got a lot of energy. What are the greatest attributes of the city, and then the fifth word?
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot that I like about Jackson. I think that I've worked in a lot of different cities like Detroit, Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, Lansing, and I think that Jackson being a smaller city is kind of nice because it's a little closer knit. You know, people. I know we got issues with things like crime and stuff, but it's not as bad as some of the bigger cities. But I think meterless parking is nice because I think, you know, we got to make sure that we do that in a way that's fair, but I do like it because it's a huge pain in bigger cities to like spend so much time trying to find where to park, and I think we make it easy to live in Jackson for the most part. I think that there's always things that we can improve, but I like the city. I like that, especially if you're in the city, there's tons of businesses, there's tons of jobs, there's tons of things to do. I think that, you know, personally, one of the things I like, especially in my ward, and not to be weird, but is racially integrated well, because like the last girl that I dated was black, and, you know, we get looks sometimes when we were out, and, you know, I don't want people to feel uncomfortable. I feel like it's a super commonplace to see a lot of well integrated couples and everything like that out here. I like that. I like that it's closer knit. I like that it's a smaller city, so things are close. I don't have to drive 20 minutes to go somewhere important. I can walk if I want to, and then it is. For the most part, I feel like I can walk around safely, you know, in my neighborhood, depending on what time of day it is and where I'm at. But I like a lot of things about this city. I do think that there's things we can improve, but I like that we also have a lot of entrepreneurial things here, and that we have a lot of social service things here, as far as things like Lifeways, YMCA, stuff like that. Things that people who are disadvantaged or need some extra help can go and participate in.
Okay, I have the next question. Okay, next question is, if selected, how would you go about building relationships with other council members, and how do you view your role on council?
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely something I need to be better about. I'll admit that, is to really get to know you guys more. You know, like I said, to try and see the person behind the positions, I think is important. So I would definitely, first and foremost, I get everybody's contact info. I'd make sure that, you know, if you guys are having times where you have a coffee hour or something, you know, I may not be a constituent, but I should start showing up to those and hearing what you have to say and asking my questions. I would put to rest any sort of conflicts or confrontations. I know just coming out of an election cycle, there are things that we may have disagreed upon, but I think that it's good to kind of move past things and work together. And like I said, when I support, I am, my only enemy is bad ideas. And I think most people are good people, and I'm willing to work with anybody. So if we're on the same side of a position, we might have different perspectives. We might have different ways to come to the same conclusion. But if we're on the same page about something, I support you 100%. You know, and if we're at odds on something, I'm going to explain why. I'm not just going to say no. I'm going to do my best to explain my reasoning and stand up for what I think is right and what's best for my constituents. But I will always do my best to negotiate, to explain, to understand, and to come to the best conclusion that we can together. We might not always agree on everything, but I think that we can on most things.
Okay, I have the next question. Jackson has the infrastructure built for a town that once was double its population. And much of it is in great need of repair. How would you prioritize spending our limited resources to address this growing problem?
Okay. Yeah. I think that I would definitely want to reach out to constituents in my area to see what they think is the worst. Because sometimes people don't even care so much about their own little side street. If there's like a way worse street right next to them that they're always on that's busier, you know, like for me, it's like I don't care so much about my side street. I'm only going 25 down it anyway. But when there's like one of the main streets right nearby has like big divots or is hurting our vehicles and stuff, there's a lot of people who already kind of have like subpar vehicles that are kind of like, you know what I mean? Like if they hit too many potholes, they might have to walk to work. I want to make sure that the areas that they're going through, that they need to go through every day, are taken care of. And that doesn't mean I'm going to leave out side streets, but I do think it's important to make sure that the biggest harms are solved first, and that people see that we actually tackle those things kind of quickly, because I know everybody wants the roads fixed, and then everybody hates that the roads are blocked to get fixed. You know, so we got to kind of balance that. When, you know, can we work on them when it's convenient for people, or at least give them a better heads up on what's going on. But as far as like how would I prioritize it, yeah, I think we should focus on what's causing the most, what's bothering our people the most. Really, just ask them, like, hey, like what areas really bother you? Most people can tell you right away. I hate it over on this street, and it's not even near where they live. But I think we should ask the people. I think we should look at the actual deterioration. And then look at, do we need to spend a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of time replacing the entire thing, or could we fix a few bad patches on this and then shift over somewhere else? You know, I think we should kind of look at it both logistically and then ask the constituents what's important to them.
Thank you.
Yes, before I ask my question, I have a question, I guess, a follow-up. Could you define, when you said bad ideas, what you mean by bad ideas?
Yeah, so I think a good example, and I don't know if it was, I'm not claiming that it was directly a product of this council or anything, but from what I understand, a constituent had come here speaking that because of a policy regarding housing inspections and the subsequent eviction that her and her child faced, that they were already, whatever reason they failed that inspection, they were already living with that issue. And in my mind, I understand the good intention of wanting to keep people healthy and safe, but I don't see it as a good idea to say, to assume that just because you failed an inspection, you should be put out on the street, like right before winter. A woman, her child on the street before winter seems to me a lot more harmful than whatever the inspection failure was for. Like they could have negotiated with the landlord, the tenant, and whatever team resolves that could have cooperated to find a time to resolve that without putting them out. I think that's what I mean when I say bad ideas. I say things that sound good but have harmful consequences that were not intended. And so I think that's, when I say bad ideas, that's what I'm talking about. Stuff like that where we meant something and something else happened, or it just happens as a byproduct. And can we resolve it, or is it always going to be that way because of this policy?
Okay, I appreciate that, but when the inspections are done, just, there's a long list of opportunities that come along. No one just throw you out on streets. There's,
Sorry, Councilman Dancy, I just want to bring us back in.
yes, Mr. Mayor. Okay, my question is, what do you believe is the biggest challenge facing our city, facing Ward 5, and how will you address them and continue to move the city forward?
Honestly, I think, like, and I don't know, maybe it's a little personal for me, but I think it's the amount of people that, for whatever reason, do not participate or give their input to our city government and to city council, because even though we have a lot of people in the city, not a lot of people vote, not a lot of people come to these meetings, not a lot of people know what's going on at all. And I get that a lot of people are busy, but there are important decisions that are made by this body. I get it. A lot of it's just kind of busy work sometimes, but there are important things that happen and that they need to know about, and they either feel left in the dark or they just aren't connected for whatever reason. And so for me, a big thing is, if we really want to say that we represent these people, that we're doing what's in their best interest, we can't say that when only like 15% of them know what's going on or even care to vote. So I think for me, it's like getting people involved and getting input from people so that I know that I'm not just claiming to make decisions for them, that they know that I'm making those decisions for them. So there's things that I'm personally working on as far as feedback mechanisms for public decision making, so that people can give their input in a low barrier way. I think sometimes it takes a lot of effort to try and follow what's going on. And I'm not saying it's just with you guys or anything, because I've done this. I've tried following legislation. It's like a full-time job to keep an eye on what's going in, what's going out, what's moving around. People are so busy that sometimes they just need the meat and potatoes. They just need connected to what's going on. They just want to feel informed without it feeling like a part-time job on top of what they're already doing. So I want to make it easy for people to be informed and to participate in our city government so that we can truly represent them.
Okay, just also follow up. So, say if you are selected, what would be the top 3 biggest challenges, you maybe answered it, that you would look at tackling the first 3 or 4 months?
Yeah, okay. Well, if I was appointed, the very first thing I would do, other than getting connected with all of you, is to then go out and get connected with my constituency. I want to let them know, so a lot of them don't even know that this process is happening or that I'm even up here right now. So if I get appointed, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to let them know, I'm going to get connected to as many of them as I can, let them know, hey, I'm your new 5th Ward rep. If you have any issues, if you're disaffected by any city policies, if you have any questions as to what's going on, if you have any concerns or questions regarding city government, let me know. If you have any problems that you feel like the city government should be taking care of and they're not, or vice versa, if there's programs you know of and that you love and that you wish everybody knew about, tell me so I can tell my other constituents. So the first thing I do is get connected to all of you. The next thing I do is get connected to all my constituents. And then so that's step 1, get connected to everybody. Step 2 is when I'm connecting with those people, find out what's most important to them. Like I said, I want to find out what the best benefits are that are coming from this government, what the biggest harms are, and see what we can resolve. And then beyond that, I want to try and make sure that I'm getting up to date as fast as possible on the things that are going on here, So I know there's a lot of packets and stuff that get thrown together on the agenda. I want to make sure that I understand the structural layout of the city government, and I want to make sure that I know what current action items are on the plate so that I'm not behind the ball when I come up to the plate, if that makes sense.
Okay. So how would you go about building relationships with city departments and employees who oversee and manage day-to-day operations for the city?
Okay. Yeah, I think probably the best way to go about doing that, given the limited time and stuff that we all have, is to connect with whatever their point of contact is there. So to get myself connected to that person, so that even if I can't meet or get to know every single employee, that I can at least find who they funnel to, who their input and their concerns are given to, and then I can talk with that person as kind of like a liaison. I treat it in that manner because I do want to make sure that I'm available to my constituency, you know, and to people in city government. But like as a Fifth Ward rep, I'm going to lean a little bit more towards my constituency, to be honest. But I will make sure that if I'm asking things of departments specifically, if we're working on a specific issue, like say you're talking about roads or something, I'm going to be definitely in higher contact with them during that time frame. So I will get, like I said, get connected to all of you, get connected to my constituents, and then yes, to your point, I would absolutely be connected to their liaisons in each department, and then I would just kind of lean on those as needed when we're tackling certain issues.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry. Anson, if you found yourself in a situation where you had to choose between voting in favor of water rate increases or risk losing the cash flow necessary to keep our water infrastructure up to date and our fresh water safe and potable, how would you vote?
I think that's not to be rude. I think it's a bit of a loaded question because I don't have the full details on that. So I don't know what kind of risk you're discussing. I don't know how, you know, what the time frame is on recovering those finances. I don't know what other options are available from state or federal funding, you know, or if we have any other general use funds that might be applicable to that. Maybe we could cut in a few programs and shift over to that. So without having the full scope, or at least a better scope of information on that, I wouldn't rush to a decision.
If you were in an election today for this Fifth Ward seat against the applicants that were interviewing, how do you feel you would do?
To be honest, I have no idea. I don't really know the other candidates and things like that. I'm just know that I can give it my best, and that's all that I can really do. I'm not sure where I rank amongst them because, you know, you only get kind of a snippet of who we are for 5 minutes while we're up here, you know, and I haven't really seen or known any of them, to be fair. So hopefully well, but I mean, I'm not going to assume that.
Okay, that concludes all of our regular questions. Council, is there any additional looming questions that you do want to ask at this time?
I have a couple.
Okay.
Just quick. And I want to make sure we're on the same page here. So just to go back to your opening remarks, you mentioned that we need or should have a citizen's perspective on council. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. If appointed to council, is there ever a point where you would stop having a citizen's perspective?
Honestly, I don't believe so, and I'm not saying that in an arrogant manner. I'm saying that because I am somebody who is consistently self-critical, sometimes excessively so, in all honesty. So I'm always looking at myself from an external point of view, and I'm always going to be asking for what I can do to improve. So when I say citizen's perspective, I also mean, and I'm not trying to be rude, but like this was scheduled in the middle of a Monday. I had to leave work early and take points towards termination just to be here. And I don't even expect to get this appointment, to be honest. So when I say citizen's perspective, I mean taking all those things into consideration. You know, making sure that I know you guys put out a lot that there was an opening, that there was a resignation, but most of the people in my ward don't even know that there was a list of candidates or when these interviews were happening. So, and I'm not saying that that's all on you, because I can also do things to improve that communication. But that's what I mean when I say citizens' perspective, is to make sure that, to recognize that the general public operates mostly in the dark when it comes to public operations and to activities. So, I'm not, like, again, I think you guys, and I've seen some of your posts and stuff where you tell why you give your reasoning on things. Like, I was kind of curious on why you voted against, like, the police vehicle thing or whatever, and I was like, okay, what's going on? And then I saw your post, I was like, okay, that makes a little more sense, you know? So I do appreciate that you put that information out there, and I want to make sure that I'm doing the same, to make sure that I'm going to assume that people have no idea before I assume that they already know. And I'm going to try and communicate, even if I think they should know, I'm going to communicate so I know that they do know.
Okay. You mentioned, too, when Councilmember Dancy asked you to kind of elaborate on bad ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Really, you kind of elaborated to the point, and I want to, again, make sure we're on the same page here. Policies with good intentions that inadvertently hurt some people. Is that a good way of describing that?
Yeah. I think that's kind of commonplace in the public square, especially because we do want to do what's best for people, and sometimes I feel like that can lead to a little bit of short-sightedness. If we see something that's like can be a quick, easy solution, doesn't mean we necessarily consider as much as we should the long-term consequences of those things or the byproducts of those things. And I think there are no perfect solutions. Like, you're going to have good and bad with everything. There are only trade-offs, and so I think it's important to really weigh the pros and cons on everything. And like I said, I'm open to hearing the other perspectives. I'm not saying that there's anything I'm 100% really against or 100% for. I'm just saying there are things that I'm going to look at it and I'm going to say, as a matter of principle, as a matter of pragmatism, what is the best thing that we can do with minimal harm to the people that we represent?
Okay.
Any other Lumen questions, Council? Okay, seeing or hearing none. If you want to give us any closing remarks.
I just, whomever you guys do choose to be on council with you, I hope that things continue to improve going forward. I think that regardless, I need to do better about connecting with each and every one of you and understanding where you're coming from and getting to know what's going on, because I still want to, regardless of whether I'm up in that seat or not, I still want to know what's going on. I want to be informed, and I want to make sure that my neighbors in my Fifth Ward are too. And so, maybe I won't be doing it. I won't be as go hard about it if I'm not up there, because I still got other things to work on, But if I am up there, or if I'm not, I'm still going to be reaching out to everybody and trying to help pull them into what's happening so that people can come up and know what's happening. And we really get input from everybody, because I think the best thing you can do, especially when you consider a handful of people making decisions, the best you can do is have more people give their input to that. It's not going to harm to have more input. And so that's still going to be my focus, whether I'm up there or not.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Great job.
Okay, Council, it is 3:39. We have one more and then time to eat. I don't know if they're here yet. I'm gonna text Lisa right now. And if they are here, then I'll tell her we are ready for them. If not, then we got a little bit of time before the next person.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. That was a question.
That was a little excessive.
Multitasking.
Come on in. Come on down. Don't be scared. Come on in here. Come on down. Hey there. Where you going, Laura?
Nice to meet you, Angelita.
City Attorney. Beth. Nice to meet you. Pleasure.
What's up, dude?
I won't run it down.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we got waiting for the next person to come in.
We all the rules for any talking points or anything.
Yeah. Early. Yeah.
You watching this?
Lord, take off.
We lost some
Did you hear it? Did you hear it?
I'll pass this around also.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I just told Matt. That's what I said.
That would have been a good question.
I wanted to say something, but then this person is over.
What's that?
If they didn't want to, they were.
Oh.
One person declared that already.
Yeah, I think I heard that too.
No, I ran into you.
Yeah, I did. But we can let start back.
All right. So we are going to come back from this quick recess.
Excellent, thank you.
And Todd, welcome. If you want to spend the first minute or so, just introducing yourself for us, and then we'll go into some questions that we have for you.
Okay. My name is Todd Moore. I've been a resident here in the city for over 20 years, moved here in 2000. I currently work at Summit Fire Department. I've been there for 24 years. I'm a lieutenant there. Active member on our union board. Been a part of that for, well, nearly 20 years as well. I have two kids, Carter and Clara. My son is a graduate of Jackson High School. He currently has an interview right now for electrician's internship out in Chelsea. So I was hoping to be out there with him to support him, but these interviews happen to be at the exact same time, so here I am. My daughter Clara, she's attending Jackson High School as well. And she's looking into early college program that she's doing with Jackson High, and she's just living the dream of being a high school student. I have an interest in obtaining this position. I feel it was my time to essentially strike while the iron's hot. I spent a good chunk of my life responding to alarms and calls for service to help the residents of Jackson and the greater Jackson area. And those days are starting to wind down. So I'm looking at my next step and my next plan for the future. And I saw this opportunity and have had an interest in doing this type of service. And, well, I felt this was my alarm and it was time for me to respond and put my name in the hat to express my interest and my desire to want to represent my ward and the residents that live in it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Todd, I have the first question for you,
Yes.
okay? The first question is, have you ever been a member of a board, commission, or committee? If so, what was your role?
A board, commission, or committee in regards to public service, such as representing the city? Anything. Well, as a committee, I have been a representative of Local 1306 Negotiation Committee for approximately 18 years. So I've negotiated several contracts with the township, been a part of that. I was our head liaison for Muscular Dystrophy Association, so I would attend many events and organize and run our Fill the Boot campaign in order to raise money for muscular dystrophy. Any other boards or committees, they would all lie within union activities.
Hello.
Hello.
I have a second question. Why do you want to be a city council member? And what in your personal or professional background do you believe would assist you if you're selected?
Well, I'd like to be a city council member to represent the people within my ward. Again, it's something I have been interested in, and I believe in having the voice for the people within my ward and my area. I would be that voice that they don't have. That's why I would be selected and hopefully reelected during that time frame. That's why I am there to speak for the people in that area, to do what's best for the residents of the Fifth Ward. In my career, what has prepared me for it would be essentially my job, what I've been doing as my career as a firefighter for all that time, and being a part of my local union, and being the vice president and being an advocate for my members and the betterment of my membership for the last almost 20 years.
Howdy.
Hi. I didn't get to shake your hand initially.
That's okay. We'll shake later, brother.
All right, all right.
What effort have you made to contact and develop a rapport with the Fifth Ward voters?
With the Fifth Ward voters, during the time since I've moved into the Fifth Ward, previously I used to live on Woodfield. I recently purchased my house back, which was a fantastic time back during the pandemic. Found my house on 7th Street, fell in love with it, moved in there. To be honest, it's not the easiest thing to do to try and develop a rapport with a lot of the people these days. People are difficult to speak to. They don't necessarily like to be approached. A good majority of the rapport that I've developed within my area has been on my street and in my neighborhood. I have another fellow firefighter who lives across the street. He works for the city. Neighbors. I develop a rapport with my neighbors. And that's what I enjoy, is that community and that pride in the street and in the area to be able to have that. As far as reaching out to others, basically I have not, just due to the fact that this has been relatively short term. Any other rapport has been in regards to running emergency calls that would have taken place within the Fifth Ward.
So, given the choice between representing your constituents or representing small businesses, if there was ever a situation where those groups were at odds, which would you choose to represent?
Small business or my constituents, my residents? I lean more towards my residents, because that's exactly what I am. I am a resident of that ward. I am not a small business owner. I wake up, I go to work, I put my boots on, and I respond to people that are in need. So when it came down to a decision such as that, I lean more towards representing the taxpayers of that Fifth Ward.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Todd. How do you feel a council member should use social media to address residents of the city or ward on issues or concerns?
Well, listen, social media is a train wreck, and it makes a lot of people into a train wreck. So it takes an individual to really use some restraint in utilizing social media. Social media can be used as a great outreach to the community, just as simple posts or reaching out to others. You can almost reach out to people in social media much easier than you can going door to door with somebody. That's unfortunate these days. That's what society has become. But social media, as a council member, should be taken with a grain of salt. To not abuse it, to use it as an information purpose, and to keep it light, keep it cool. Don't get yourself in trouble by just doing something stupid. You're welcome. Hello.
What are your greatest what do you think the greatest attributes of the city of Jackson are, and more particularly the Fifth Ward?
Well, the greatest attribute, I've come to be rather fond of the city and its beauty, its downtown environment that has grown over the course of the years. I grew up in the Detroit area, Taylor to be specific, and recently have made my way to the west here. I find the downtown atmosphere to be wonderful. The rebuilding of it, the beautification of it, just what the city has to offer as far as entertainment, the rebirth and growth of the fire department throughout the course of the years to protect the citizens. I think that's huge. What was the other part of it? Oh, the Fifth Ward. The Fifth Ward, from what I gather, the Fifth Ward comprising mostly of residential. The Fifth, it doesn't necessarily have the amount of business that the other wards do, so we're primarily a residential community. That residential community, I would like to see be more of a community in pride. As far as what's good in it, my house is what's good in it. My house and my neighbors. The neighborhood and where I live is spectacular for me. It's welcomed me, and it's brought me a lot of joy to live there and to say that's where I reside and that's where I'm from. You're welcome.
Todd, I've got the next question for you.
Yes, sir.
If selected, how would you go about building relationships with other council members, and how do you view your role on council?
Building rapport with council members, that just comes with networking, talking, communicating. That's pretty much key. Interacting outside of city council meetings, getting together for having council members over to have a barbecue at my house to discuss things. There's a lot of things that you can get done, a lot of rapport that you can build on the outside versus behind the walls of City Hall. It's simple communication. It's getting to know the individuals. It's letting them to get to know me. It's being vulnerable in who you are and showing who you are and talking. That's key, is communication. Communication, shaking your hand, asking how your kids are doing, grandkids are doing, how's your life? Did you have another part of that I completely missed?
How do you view your role?
Well, again, my role as a city council member would be to represent to the best of my ability the residents that reside in the Fifth Ward.
Yes, okay. My next question is, Jackson has the infrastructure built for a town that was nearly double its current size. And much of that is in need of repair.
Yes.
How would you prioritize spending our limited resources as a city to address this growing problem?
When you say the infrastructure, are you referring mostly to maybe the condition of the roads? Or how would you phrase our infrastructure?
Infrastructure would be kind of everything.
Just everything?
Everything.
Encompassing everything?
Roads is one of the major things, but infrastructure would be.
So yes, our city is declining in population. It has been for quite some time. I believe we're at roughly, 31,000, which has decreased since the last census. So we do have a shrinking tax base, which does put a strain on the city in regards to allocating funds to do repairs. It takes a council and a committee and engineers, attorneys, managers to sit down, communicate, and discuss ways that we can best fund repairs of the infrastructure. That was going to be kind of one of my talking points on infrastructure, is being the roads and trying to gain population and to have people showing interest in moving back into the city, which is something I took pride in staying inside the city, that a person's first impression on going to look at a house is that road that they drive down. They drive down that road, they can see a beautiful house, but they got to go up and down that road at least twice a day to work and from and back. If you got to wear a bite splint, just make sure that your teeth don't crack while you're driving down the street. That's a slight deterrent for someone to potentially want to purchase that house. In regards to how would I do that, I don't have an answer as to how I would do that. That's what a council is for, and that's what other employees in the city are here for us to come together as a group and formulate a plan.
What do you believe is the biggest challenge facing our city, biggest challenge facing Ward 5, and how will you address them and continue to move the city forward?
I think addressing with the city is decrease in population, decrease in tax base, trying to entice people to move back into the city and not keep heading to the suburbs. As far as Ward 5, best I can go with are the streets. I'm going to sound like Gretchen, but it's kind of along the lines of fix the damn roads. Again, that's something that I believe entices people to come back, are smooth, clean roads, a pride in that street. Clean up the roads, clean up the street. The city shows pride in how the city looks, which in turn can assist the residents in taking pride in their property as well. I do struggle with around Ward 5 of the lack of interest in maintaining one's property and one's yard. And I try and take that one step at a time with my personal property and maintaining it, and hopefully I can influence the guy across the street, influence the person next to me, and then I'm hoping in that respect it just continues to move on. Somebody sees somebody taking pride, they take pride in their own spot, and they work to clean things up. The city's a beautiful city. These people need to take pride and clean it up.
Thank you.
So how would you go about building relationships with city departments and employees who oversee and manage day-to-day operations?
Come in and talk to them. Spend a little time here in City Hall. Give them a call. For lack of a better way of putting it, connect with them on social media. Share a little bit of your personal life with them. Talk. It's communication, which is something that many of us lack in doing these days, is actually being able to communicate with somebody face to face. Taking that time out of your day to get to know somebody. Introducing them, asking them, what do you do? How do you do it? That's kind of basically it, is communication. Everything kind of revolves around communicating and developing a rapport with somebody on a personal level.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Todd, I got the next one. We're kind of popcorning.
Sure,
around
sure.
here. If you found yourself in a situation where you had to choose between voting in favor of water rate increases or risk losing the cash flow necessary to keep our water infrastructure up to date and our water safe and potable, how would you vote?
Water increases or risk losing the ability to keep our water safe. Well, no, it's not a trick question. I mean, it leads me back to Flint. It's kind of in a sense, it's a no-brainer. You don't want to do that. You don't want to mess things up. You don't want to vote against something. Water increases are not going to make people happy. They're not going to make people happy at all. I know I would not be happy with it. I've been to the water treatment plant on many occasions as a tour at the fire station. From what I gather, those guys, they do a fantastic job down there. Safe drinking water is incredibly important, i.e. Flint. You mess with the drinking water, you don't put the money in to keep it up and running and keep it safe. You know, people start getting sick, and then you're going to end up with bigger problems. Well, I would say yes on increases. Of course, I wouldn't just say yes on a whim. That yes would come from discussions and conversations with the council, and to have an educated vote versus just on a whim.
Okay, if the election was today for the fifth ward and you had to compete against everybody who's applied for this position that we're interviewing today.
Yes.
How do you feel you would do?
I think I would do rather well. I am an outspoken person. I'm a simple citizen of the Fifth Ward. I'm a resident. That's what I do. I think I have a very good understanding as to the people living in that area and the people in the city in general, because I respond to calls for service when people are in need of help. So I can go in there and I see how people are. I interact with them when we're on calls. If the house is on fire, we interact with those people. We try and do our best to make their worst day better. And I think in that respect, I have a better understanding to the individuals that live in the city and the surrounding Jackson area.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor, is there any additional questions that you guys want to ask?
I have none.
Okay. Seeing that there's no other questions from us, Todd, I just want to give you an opportunity to give a closing statement to us.
Okay, closing statement. I read earlier on the city's website, the city making a new normal. So a new normal, I wasn't quite understanding as to what that meant on the city's website. The mission of the plan is to not scrap everything and start a new, but refashion and repurpose the best of the city. The best of the city has to offer and build our next Jackson. I think building our next Jackson essentially kind of starts with me being on this council. I represent community and a sense of pride in the community. And I look forward to that opportunity to be able to do that with your vote and your approval. That is something I take pride in, and I would wish to have that opportunity to do. I have built myself over the course of the years in a leadership role with my fire department and my local, and I wish to take that experience and move it on here at the city council. Okay.
Okay, Todd, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You sure don't want me to be a chatterbox and take a little more of your time?
My last question would have been, if you were standing between us and lunch.
I would say, let's go grab a beer and a burger. That's what I would say.
All right, thank you so much,
I
Todd.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Yes, indeed.
Nice to meet you, thank you. Now's my opportunity, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
Have
you.
a good one, brother.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good afternoon.
Lisa, is the time? That's all, I just want to know is the time. You told me it's time, baby. Where you going, girl?
Okay. Okay.
Is it,
Jimmy John's.
oh,
I ordered tuna for you.
they told us that you were ordering from, Chop House.
With Chris,
Yeah.
yeah. They, for some reason, we had a kitchen fire. I don't know
Okay.
exactly what happened.
Between that and a kitchen fire and having nothing.
There's something that my guys won't go
Thank you.
but it should be a good.
Well, yes, maybe, who cares? I'm gonna show you how much I'm gonna eat it up. Jimmy John, she said Jimmy John what?
Jimmy John's and cookies and chips and pickles.
Okay, I'm going. I don't care. They can have a rat in there. They said somebody found a rat in Jimmy John? Let me go find that rat.
Andrea, help yourself too.
I am going to take this downstairs,
Get your account bill.
exactly the way it came out on the 7th.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's just, yes, that part is great. However, we're being charged for us to recount. The city has to pay for it. The $75 that Peter paid, that just goes towards the cost of it. He's not responsible for the total cost. So, yeah.
Surprise.
Frustrating.
They should expect, I mean, you know, it wasn't between much of ask how to follow people, like, okay, so fix the damn roads, it's easy to say, like, if we put a new on it now. Tell us how. Why aren't we doing it?
Yeah, but would we ask anyone to say how they would do it, because they would be helping.
That's what I mean, we're not, so.
That's what I think. But, you know, whatever.
I mean, that's easy to say around a picnic, or we're just talking about.
But if you interview for a job, company and you don't know all their working and ask you a question. You're not gonna know, so they're gauging,
Sure.
not necessarily the content of your answer, but like, your thought process.
Right.
How you go through.
I actually, to that point, I actually like, I think about the manager, I actually like, she ran, but you can tell that she's trying to get that on her shoulders, and that she's a little bit learning, and that she. Yeah, true, but, anyway, yeah. I know, she kept going, but, yeah. And there's a couple of threads that she pulled where. I know you did, I know you did. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna argue with you. Boy, it's a tough decision. Tough. Man. Got Derek calling me, suggesting somebody.
Derek's going?
Yeah, he called me. That's what I'm talking about. I got Woods calling, texting me. Leave me alone. You know they want Shalanda. Oh.
Walk around Chicago, they're all universities that are in like upper schools and
So who's next? It's right here. Robert Porter.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Yep, was able to get my email and working on a brief, multitasking, so it worked perfect. Do you want me to give it back to you when we're done?
Yeah, I can get it from you tomorrow even. I've just gotta have it ready for the council meeting tomorrow night.
Okay, I'll,
Morning, Mr.
I'm actually gonna be gone in the morning. I'll move it over to you.
Tonight.
Yeah, I could probably check the rest of my email. while I'm out here. I got my brief done. One reason I'm gonna be at a funeral in the morning.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 2023 needs to end. Too many, there's my aunt.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, last time I saw her was at my brother-in-law's funeral. When she had breast cancer and metastasized. It's pretty quick. But yeah, she was 67. My mom's got, she's one of 8, so there's 4 aunts, 4 uncles. So there's my uncle Pat, the second oldest. His wife Nancy. They've been married for a long time. One of the, other than his older brother, my Uncle George, and our ex-wife, they were the ones growing up. I can always remember as being like Pat Nancy married, right? Or all my other uncles and aunts I can remember their dating relationships coming into the fold and the harmony stuff.
What's on your mind, dude? What they talk about? I know you heard this.
Yeah, I looked at
Huh?
got my teeth through your ears.
What they talking about, man?
Sort of two.
Anything important? Huh?
We're talking about the college for a minute.
Jason, Mr. Hanson?
How come you're not eating with the rest of the kids? cool guy that wants to sit by himself, furry, but no one's really standing up for that. Well, what I saw was, I'll have to look at my notes, but he's been,
Oh my God, you don't like Hanson?
you can have energy all you want, but it's not in the right direction. I mean, I get the feel that you can have a different inside instead of outside. It's really cute, cool, if that's what you want. Good things with people, yeah. He is. I don't think being small, you could have another Jeremy.
That's what I was talking, Derek called me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a.
When does the next one start?
4:15. 4:15.
It's 4:15 now.
Whenever you're ready, I let the mayor know if I'm on those, he's here.
I mean, this is a pretty painful process.
It is.
I wish there were a way to weed them out to this, like, the top five. but- Boy, that one from the north side Chicago, that was tough.
She was tough, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man, your girl from the north side of Chicago, she was tough. She was tough, man.
Her brother's,
Yeah, she
Is
was
that
tough.
Samantha?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I was like looking at you, I never saw her, Jonathan like that, or brother, yeah.
She was tough, she was tough. She didn't take off 45 minutes?
Day before Thanksgiving.
Oh, those answers, yeah. I moved my car. I don't know, that's a risk. I guess you might like them seriously. I don't know if he can convert it. It's nice to have the other perspective, but he doesn't know what his perspective is. I'm texting him my follow-up question because, you know, whatever he thought would be a bad idea.
It's a bad idea.
Did you ever?
You know, I think it was bad.
I know, and Will followed up on me
Yeah.
too, but
I'll fight with that.
Talking about it.
every time somebody says liberty over and over again, you know,
I asked him, the person leaves and then.
he's working with them. Who's the guy in the Republican Party? James guy? Yeah. No, I get it, I see the deal, I totally see it, but he was double talking himself into a
Yeah.
hole, but,
I know I'm not gonna get it.
well, yeah, there's frustration underlying that, and that's where it goes. Up before that point, I kind of see it. He was just gonna make it look like I was going there.
You feeling better now?
Almost.
How are you, Jack?
Oh, how are you? Was the recount okay?
It was exactly the same.
How much time did that take out of your day?
About 3 hours.
Oh. Oh, we can all have to do that.
You had to pay for that?
Yeah, like
The city
75.
does.
Huh?
City does.
Oh, nice.
You know how much you have to pay?
They haven't billed us yet.
She looked it up because the doctors.
He's kind of like that. Well, we know what, like, our school board.
Well, who, man?
Yeah, I don't know anything about you on that.
Yeah, he was feeling a little bit run down.
I don't see a lot of subsidies. I'm willing to be convinced of it.
Well, who, man? We got Park Robert and.
Hey, it's a decision I don't have to make.
That's what I'm talking about. I just don't know what.
I got notes, but
I got,
no one's standing out.
you
And
know,
that's,
Derek and,
well, anybody's better.
well, the Woods, and then technique, so I'm sure.
Well, yeah, that's all part of the stuff. You know, anything's an improvement over the
That guy, he did pretty good.
Right.
Glucose off the chart.
I'm at work.
No, he didn't stay long.
He was at the recount.
Oh.
Thanksgiving dinner.
for the recount?
I don't know if it's, oh, absentee voting, he's on that. He's wondering why the absentee, folks were there for 12 hours, but we didn't, it's something he's saying. So look forward to that.
12 hours.
Yeah, he had some obscure post, I couldn't read all of it, but his logic was out there. They had like an 8 AM to 8 PM shift apparently?
Yep.
Okay. Then why did Daniel only know 2 hours? That was his logic, why did he? So that's what he's reaching for.
I see, these are wraps.
Yeah, they still have wraps, huh?
Where you get around from? I didn't see no rap.
The wrap is the box, the second box.
I didn't see that. I don't get a rap it. Wrap it up, baby.
It was a wrap, I
Yeah.
would've got a sandwich.
She disappointed you.
No. I just can't eat a lot of iceberg.
Mm. Yeah. Not good, is it? Well, Jimmy.
How was it? By the wrap?
Just like Jimmy. Fast and quick it. Quick it. Quick it fast. Quick it. Whatever they say. What they say?
Freaky fast.
Freaking fast.
They don't say that anymore.
I know they don't. What else they don't?
It says it right here. Freaky fast reward.
Could you get Jimmy Gerald to do that in Summit? Yeah.
Huh?
Okay.
Who?
Black.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not in the city.
What are you talking about?
I want to know why that, I'm sorry.
Huh?
I think you can say goodbye anything from outside of the city. That's why we're always stuck on the small places.
Yeah.
Look at that. I've been breaking the rules.
What are they
It don't
talking
matter
about?
to me.
What are they talking about? What are we talking about going to? Lost Trace?
Well, man, that's in the city.
Which one?
The one on West Ave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, I just want to throw axes. No one wants to do that.
You want what?
I want to do the axe throwing for holiday get together. You don't like the axe? No one likes the axe throwing?
Axe throwing and alcohol
Oh, well, no, I don't do that.
can lead to.
They don't serve.
Well,
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is scary. Well, I think some dangers of bowling. You're drunk at a bowling ball, that can do damage.
Not even close.
oh, girl. So, that is the feedback from you so far.
My feedback? Was I supposed to be paying attention? Okay. Anderson was very passionate, but I think we did that.
So, who's the best one?
I think Shalana did good.
Oh, boy.
The last guy, Todd, he was very professional. Probably the most professional of all the candidates.
Like Casey?
You're like the lady from North Chicago? That approved?
I kind of felt like she gave up on herself. All her cookies here, because she said, I probably won't be here.
There's a couple of those students.
Yeah.
The microphone.
Like,
Another
don't give up like the Spartans. Give them the gold.
Oh, Springs Eternal.
Oh, here we go.
Springs Eternal.
Here we go.
One of us not the reincarnation of John Elson.
How do you feel about him as coach?
Like I say, I mean, John Smith and the last John Smith didn't turn out that great. But, those from West Coast recruiting ties, you pull some of the West Coast talent.
I think that, with USC and UCLA coming into the Big Ten, you'll see recruiting on the West Coast increase in all the Big Ten schools.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, a lot. You'll get, well, Tom Brady was definitely get.
We love Tom Brady around these parts. John Brady.
cracking, baby?
You set all kinds of records, got driving
Yeah, we on lunch break.
in '98.
I remember that.
My junior year,
We finished with
he got yanked.
Todd Moore.
He was playing in East Lansing, Michigan, and
Yeah.
no one's up there bugging you. Tom Brady.
Say that again, yeah.
Bugging you up there. That's weird. Spurs are winning that game.
It's going, man. I think
All the time. You remember it well. You remember.
Oh,
Todd Moore is-
you talking
think I
about the
stuffed it
receiver
with
that
our
shot
question,
himself?
though.
Yes, indeed. Sweatpants and,
I'd have my teacher ears on for that. I imagine it's about Rhea most of the time, right?
Well, yeah, I asked her, I said, well, it's really weird, you got all these questions about Rhea,
And then
but we
number two,
had
firearm.
hundreds of thousands of dollars
No, Kelsey.
of proposals right
Just
after
other
that,
things, man.
and you didn't have any questions
No,
about it.
I don't know.
You didn't ask what the foremen were getting paid an hour, you didn't ask how many hours their employees were working.
I can't remember.
Boy, they were really on
You
that.
didn't have any questions at all, that's really weird.
Is it weird?
Well, well,
Is it?
And this, she's young, so, you know, it's just.
no good answer to that, you know? I said, why is that? Well, it's not just me. No, I'm not saying it's just you. But I'm just saying, do you know why that is? Why is there such a huge difference? No, I can't answer that question.
You know, having them, I was thinking about this too. Somebody mentioned, it might have been Will, that everybody else goes through some staffing, but Rhea's got to give account. Couldn't there be a point person in between that, so they don't get the hostility every other Tuesday?
They're done, man. They get a check, they're done. They're starting today.
Yeah.
They're done.
Well, that part's done, yeah.
Told
but
Todd to
if
cut
you
you a
come
check
up-
for 80% of what you're owed, and then give the last 20, that last week or last month, whatever, you didn't go. There's no, we're not, they walked through the fire. They're not doing it again.
Well, they don't have to, the people are gonna come up again, of course,
No.
or whatever. All right, I'm gonna go sit down. It's time.
I'll take your time. I'm good.
No one wants a chair today.
Is that an option?
Yeah, they can lower that.
Oh, no. I'm good. I didn't know it was lowered. I guess that makes sense, though.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Good afternoon, well, good evening now, and welcome, Robert. Check. Okay, let's try that again. Welcome and good evening, Robert. We will start with having you introduce yourself. Just take a minute or so to introduce yourself, and then we have a set of questions that we'll ask you, and then that will pretty much wrap us up.
Okay. My name is Robert Porter. I'm owner and operator of Joystick Media LLC, which is composed of two service lines, Joystick Mobile Video Gaming and Mr. Phone Bubble Parties. I'm a Fifth Ward resident and have been for 12 years, I believe. Second vice president for the NAACP, vice president for the Black Enterprise, and then I sit on a couple of boards as well.
Okay. Well, I will kick us off with the first question. First question that we have is actually in regards to that. Have you ever been a member of a board, commission, or committee? If so, what was your role?
Yeah, I'm currently commissioner on the Police Oversight Committee. I also serve on the subcommittee that reviews and advises the police chief on community complaints when they come in, and I was appointed to that commission in 2022.
You mentioned a whole bunch of stuff before that, though.
Any addition? This is not just pertaining to the city. Any
Oh, gotcha.
commissions,
Okay.
boards.
I am the treasurer on the board for Residents in Action. And then I'm also supposed to sit on two other boards that have not convened yet, and that would be Hands for Life for Palmer Family Chiropractic and Jackson Healing Clinic has a board that they're putting together for their nonprofit. Those two boards haven't met yet, though.
And then, but they also said something about the NAACP
Yeah, I'm an executive, second vice president for the NAACP and vice president for the Black Enterprise.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Hi, Robert. I have a second question for you. Excuse me. Why do you want to be a city council member? And what in your personal or professional background do you believe would assist you if you were selected?
So I want to be a city council member. I'm seeking this appointment because I'm passionate about increasing police and community relationships through transparency of department policy and procedures, and unique community engagement outside of the usual interaction. I'm also passionate about helping solve the housing shortage issue within the city, not only for the homelessness, but also for renters and the ever-rising cost of rent. And along with many others, I would love to see more of our roads repaired with the least amount of impact to taxpayers and homeowners. I think my experience in relation to that, my entire life I've been in service of some sort to Jackson, whether it was working at the King Center, volunteering at Queens for their Christmas dinner, and other various charitable things that I've done throughout the years. The last 4 or 5 years I've been on the NAACP helping there, also providing my own charitable things through my company.
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Okay. What efforts have you made to contact and develop a rapport with the Fifth Ward voters?
Over the years, I've developed relationships with people all over the Fifth Ward. The last few years, my company has worked with the Interfaith Shelter for their block party. I never hesitate to volunteer my time to assist people, and through charitable efforts, my company allows for free services to people of Jackson as a whole. I'm looking forward to increasing those efforts and making some direct efforts to speak with the Fifth Ward residents and business owners to better understand their concerns.
So, given the choice between, thank you. Given the choice between representing your constituents or representing small businesses, if there was ever a situation that these two groups were put at odds, which group would you choose to represent?
The business owners and our constituents, I think there should be a way to bring the two together and find balance and harmony between what they want. It's not one side over the other. I think it's important to find common ground between the two groups.
I was just
Oh,
writing,
all right.
writing it. How do you feel a council member should use social media to address residents of the city or ward on issues or concerns?
I think social media should be used, I think all forms of communication should be used. Social media being one that most people have at their fingertips. I think it's important to reach residents as widespread as possible, especially if information needs to get out there pretty quickly. Social media tends to do that more rapidly than any other form currently.
Okay. So what do you believe to be the greatest attributes to the city as a whole, and then specifically to the Fifth Ward?
The greatest attributes of the city is our diversity in the way that we celebrate each other. From the Juneteenth celebration, Pride Month celebration, the Hispanic Heritage Festival, our Out Loud celebration of community leaders through murals all over the city. Specifically, the Fifth Ward attributes to this through its unique ability to encompass all parts of the diversity of Jackson. And if that's not enough, Hinckley's is in the Fifth Ward.
Oh, my God.
I can attest to that. Every Saturday.
Okay, Robert, I have the next question for you. Next question is, if selected, how would you go about building relationships with other council members, and how do you view your role on council?
I've already taken first steps to start building relationships with city council members by sending each person an introduction about me. I'd like to further that effort by following up with each member to better understand their purpose and background for serving city council. I like knowing where people come from so I can understand where they're going. Sorry, what was the second part of that?
How do you view your role as a council person?
I view my role as, just bringing what I bring to most situations, and that's the ability to connect with people. I connect with people pretty well, and I tend to see both sides of situations and arguments when people talk about things. So I see my role as being able to help people understand the difference of something that they might not agree with or might not understand.
Okay. All right, my next question is, Jackson has the infrastructure built for a town that was once nearly double its current size population. And much of it is in need of repair. How would you prioritize spending our limited resources to address this growing problem?
I'd like to see spending focused on two major areas within the city. With colder months upon us, our homeless need resources to ensure they can have hot meals, clean clothes, and a warm place to sleep at the very least. Whether we do this by providing support to organizations in the community, providing those services, or directly, it needs to be a priority. Secondly, I'd like to see us come up with a solution for road repairs and lead service line repairs that financially impact our homeowners the least. Undergoing unexpected assessments and fees on top of inflation in nearly every facet of life is pretty daunting right now for everybody.
Thank you.
What do you believe is the biggest challenge facing our city, biggest challenge facing Ward 5, and how will you address them and continue to move the city forward?
I believe the biggest issue facing the city is housing. Not only do we have an increasingly need for resources for homelessness, but also affordable housing. Rental rates continue to rise, and fewer residents are able to afford the hikes in rent, water, garbage, gas, and electricity. While many things are increasing in cost, wages are remaining the same. In order to move the city forward, we need more affordable housing, not just apartment buildings, but actual homes so families can flourish. The 100 Homes program is a great start to help transition people into home ownership, and we need to build on that momentum.
So how would you go about building relationships with city departments and employees who oversee and manage operations day to day?
Relationship building for me has always just been introducing myself and just starting a conversation with people. So I don't have an issue walking up to people and asking them who they are, what they do, and how I can be of assistance or how they can help me in whatever I'm looking for help in. So just a flat out introduction.
Thank you.
Robert, if you found yourself in a situation where you had to choose between voting in favor of water rate increases or risk losing the cash flow necessary to keep our water infrastructure up to date and our water safe and potable, how do you vote in that situation?
Water rate increases, or what was the second part of that?
Keeping the water safe to drink and the infrastructure up to date.
Safety above all else is important, otherwise we run into a bigger issue. I mean, if you're drawing a hard line and it's increases or safe water to drink, I'm gonna go for safe water. I think I would do fairly well. I've been serving Jackson to some degree nearly my entire life, more so the last few years in various and increasing capacities. I love Jackson and genuinely want to see it thrive for everyone, not just one group. I think many people get caught up in what's important to them and forget that there's more to creating a cohesive and thriving environment than what's important to one person or group. And I understand the importance of inclusivity and equity among everybody.
Okay, that concludes all of our formal questions. Council, is there any additional questions that you want to ask?
So you say you sit on the board of RIA, right?
Correct.
That's not a paid position, is it?
No.
Okay. So by sitting on the board of RIA, we just passed something, so would that have a conflict if you've been on council?
No, I don't think it would have a conflict. If there was anything in regards to RIA and the council, I would just abstain from voting, so there was no conflict.
Thank you.
Now, would that be different than school board? Very much. I guess I'm not totally.
So the short answer is yes, Madam Vice Mayor. And the distinction would be, school board is an elected position, and it's a government position, more or less, where this is a private sector nonprofit.
Okay, that's the piece that I didn't get when we discussed it. Okay, thank you.
So I have two questions.
All right.
This question, I kind of feel like we probably should have asked everybody. If you decide, if you are not appointed, would you run for this seat in the next election?
Yeah, I think if I come this far to give it a shot to be appointed, that I'm in it for the long haul. I definitely am interested in running for the seat.
Okay. And you came extra prepared. So can you tell us about how you prepared?
So I've never been through this process, and I didn't know what to expect, but I am aware that there was a previous appointment, so I went back and watched the JTV video to see how that process went, and just took notes and kind of, thought of answers, how I would answer that question if it was asked of me. I didn't know what to expect, whether the questions would be the same, whether they would change, but I just wanted to have some information to be able to share.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Lastly, we just want to give you an opportunity for any closing statement that you want to give.
I just want to thank everybody for the time and the opportunity to be here. Whether I get appointed or not, I'm looking forward to speaking with each of you. Those that I haven't talked to before or don't know personally, I'm looking forward to getting to know you a little better, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
What time is our next one? 6.
I think she said she moved up.
Oh, I forgot I had this.
Well, they said a half an hour, but maybe they got.
Come on, Snap.
Yeah, I'll text Lisa right now. I don't know if the next person's here or not, or we got 30 minutes and you can go have another sandwich or what?
You got cookies back there?
Yes.
We're missing cookie. Cookie.
Yeah,
Next game, you can see it.
Oh, okay. Cookie.
Go get it.
We got the police coming in. I don't want to play around, boy. I want to play around with the popo.
Stop, Freddie.
Sure thing.
Boy, I got 2 more years to sit there, here. Oh. Be cracked up, cracked, so you can do your jokes. Oh, look, see?
Oh, thank you, dude.
It's part of like.
You know what I like.
Lettuce wrap.
You know what I want.
Well, this is my second, so the first one I've read. I'll add enough carbs, dinner rolls, et cetera, Thanksgiving. So.
Well,
GK.
she gotta come downstairs, I gotta take a
So,
quick.
do you know what the questions are? So, the basic distinction is my role represent the city government. By extension, council, each, once they're set in their role, one side from the boss. So,
Man.
we're gonna certify these.
Oh, my goodness, boy, this is my, I'm just, oh, God, I don't know what to do. I don't know which way to go.
We have the
City. That said, I tried to. Do you get, are you good on water?
I brought water.
Constituents, because I know
Uh-oh.
DHP side.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We got one person I think slipped out to the restroom
Oh,
real
I'm
quick.
sorry.
Well, relax.
I'm ready.
You know you're ready. No coughing, no coughing. Oh, boy. Hey. Good, how you doing? Aw. I got cookie. He brought me a cup of cookie, man. I got cookie, dude. I got cookie, cookie monster.
That's why he's.
Calm down, you okay?
Get through it.
Don't be nervous. That's that nervous cough.
Oh,
Don't be nervous.
you got bronchitis and laryngitis.
Uh-oh,
Sorry,
girl.
what,
Girl, you better.
I called ahead and said, do you want me to show up? I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable.
Well, then you should have said that. I'm on the You can go now. You can come
I
back later.
emailed and everything because I didn't want to.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, I'm not. Make this your bad.
Okay, Miss Holly, welcome, good evening. Thank you for adjusting your schedule to come a little earlier for us today. We want you to start with just a 1 minute or so introduction of yourself. Then we'll go into some questions, and that'll pretty much wrap us up from that point, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Well, my name's Holly Rose. I have lived in the city of Jackson since I was 10, so that's about 41 years I've lived here. I'm married. We've been married 32 years. We have 4 sons and 6 grandchildren now. And 3 of my sons live in Jackson. They all, myself included, all went to Jackson High, graduated Jackson High. I was a city police officer, detective, sergeant, lieutenant for the city of Jackson, and retired in May after 26 years of service. I was active on different boards through my police endeavors and have worked with many of the different council members here. I working at the city. I obtained my 4-year degree in criminal justice and public service administration. I
did multiple trainings and was able to go to Staff Command School, which is a master's level class up at MSU. Was members of different police, police and chiefs, memberships. I don't want to say. And after I retired, I didn't think that I would miss, like, being part of something and dealing with the public, but I immensely miss it. I miss the interaction with people I worked with, but the citizens I interacted with. I've always lived in Jackson, and I want to see it continue to grow and prosper down the road. It always made me upset when people are like, oh, you live in Jackson, I can't believe you live in the city. I love the city. I love the neighborhoods, I love the people, and I just want to see it continue to grow.
Okay. Thank you very much. So Holly, I have the first question. First question is, have you ever been a member of a board, commission, or committee? If so, what was your role? And that's in any capacity, not just related to the city.
Okay, I was on the board for the Reading and Writing Foundation in Jackson. It is a nonprofit organization to help kids with dyslexia and tutoring services and learning and increasing their reading ability. I got involved in that because my son, number 2 son, is dyslexic, and I could see the need for extra help, and I got involved that way. And I was on that for a few years. I was on the SART team for the Aware Shelter, the sexual assault, response team. It's where we collaborated with the Aware Shelter, the CAC Center, Allegiance Hospital, to create a system where people, women and men of abuse, can contact for sexual abuse, and they're treated in a uniform manner and help them through the system. So when the police would show up, not everybody wants to deal with police because we're in uniform and we're structured, and that's sometimes being soft isn't a lot of their expertise. And so then we call into the Aware Shelter, and then they send out a responder right then and there, even if it's in the middle of the night, and to help the victim and give them the support they need and explain to them what we're trying to do, to try to soften or connect the what is occurring, and to keep them up to step all the way to give them a voice. So I was part of that. I was part of the Child Death Review Team for 3 years, and that is where we met with the health department. It's regulated that you have to meet and go over as a group of law enforcement officials, I'm so sorry, health department officials, state officials, child welfare, to go over every infant death or anybody under 18. So we can try to help lower the number of deaths by either SIDS or bad co-sleeping problems or shootings. We review any child death under 18. And I did that for a few years. I was on the Child Advocacy Center, the JCCAC Center. And that is when we go into the programs and to handle kids of sexual assault, abuse, or physical abuse, the center where they go to be forensically interviewed. And I was part of that for several years also. I ran I was the parent volunteer in charge of the Jackson High soccer concession stand for 4 years. I did that. I had to arrange volunteers and buy the amount of product that we needed to sell, make sure we had helpers and scheduled, and any of the headaches that went all with the parent volunteer stuff. So I'm sure I'm missing something along the way, but that's off the top of my head. So I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Feel free to take some water. Feel free to take a drink of your water whenever you need to. Feel free.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well.
Good, good. I have a second question. Why do you want to be a city council member? And what in your personal or professional background do you believe would assist you if you are selected?
Well, like I said at the beginning, is I think maybe it was in the back part of my head for a while, or looking at some way I can get back involved. And then I saw the posting, and I'm like, man, this is my area. Should I? And I didn't apply until the last day because I really thought about it. I mean, I've been to meetings. I see how you guys are treated in some of the respects, the stress that you must all be under. And I'm like thinking to myself, do I want to put myself back into that spotlight or a different role, being involved in the community? And I came up and I discussed it with my family, and I'm like, I miss helping this community and helping the citizens, and I want to be part of something to make sure that we're making the right decisions for everybody in the group. And so that's why I put my name in the hat, and I think I will do a good job for all the citizens of Jackson.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey,
Mr. Dancy.
so what effort have you made to contact and develop a rapport with the Fifth Ward voters?
I have not, truthfully, right now, I have not. I reached out and talked to all the council members. First time going through, I mean, I'm not a politician, I am just a citizen. But I know, and I don't have any problem going up to somebody and starting a conversation. But before this started, I have yet to knock on doors or anything. I believe that a lot of people in my ward will recognize my name, and from just my reputation as being a fair person in law enforcement, and I give back to the community and involved in the Jackson High School, I believe that a lot of people will recognize my name and give me a chance or benefit of the doubt without going and knock on doors right now. I know that if I am appointed, that it's coming up quickly at the beginning next year, that I will have to then start campaigning.
So given the choice between representing your constituents and representing small businesses, if there was ever a situation where those groups were at odds with one another, which would you choose to represent? Which group?
I think you have to look at it per basis. My mother was a small business owner in the city of Jackson for 35 years. She owned the Design Exchange on the corner of 4th and Franklin, right around the corner from where I live. And I think that you have to look at the situation as a whole. And I'm a firm believer that most times we can come to a resolution. Not everybody will be happy with it, and I would strive to be equally unhappy on both sides in an ideal world. So without knowing, a specific circumstance, I can't say for sure who I'm going to take. I need to get the information in to be able to make an educated decision in what's best for the community, not just person A and person B. Thank you.
Thanks, Ally.
Yes.
How do you feel a council member should use social media to address residents of the city or ward on issues or concerns?
I like the idea and the use of social media because, I mean, I personally, I stopped watching the news. I've been so over all the bad stuff, and especially when I was an officer, because on what I wanted to know about, I got updated on. As far as crime statistics and what was happening in the neighborhoods, I can go online and look at the minutes from the meeting and see what's going on. I can watch it from home. But I think that using social media, we will reach a younger demographic and ones that we aren't reaching right now to get people involved and know what's going on in our community.
I'm getting tired.
I'm so sorry.
So bad. Well, what do you think the greatest attributes of City of Jackson are, and particularly in the Fifth Ward?
Can you say that one more time? I couldn't.
What do you think the greatest attributes of the City of Jackson are, and particularly in the Fifth Ward?
Okay. Well, Jackson, I think that our attributes are our diversity in our city, and then our parks and connecting to other communities through the bike trail. I think that we offer a lot in our community for people to do. I think that attracts younger people. In our downtown and what has been going on and special events offered. I like our diversity. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh. Thank you. The world is not made of one type of person, whether it's race or socioeconomic status or anything like that. I love Jackson because we have a little bit of everything. And that's why I like Jackson High and why I attended and my kids attended. Because I feel like once you live in Jackson and you're part of this community, you could go anywhere in this world and prosper. So sorry. Okay, the
Don't-
Fifth Ward.
Don't apologize.
At least salt and spray.
Well, Jonathan says he cleans up after everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. The Fifth Ward has a little bit of everything to it. It has businesses and community. Some lower, all the different, like middle income and lower income, and it has a little bit of mix. I think that that area has been coming up recently, and that we can strive to make that area strong and keep moving forward. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know the specific, like what has been brought forward of the potential, the main issues, but all within the Fifth Ward. But I will quickly educate myself on those issues and go forward. That's it. I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay, take your time, okay?
I don't think I'm gonna stop coughing.
Okay, so we have the next question. I have the next question for you, okay? Take your time answering it. Take your time.
I'm okay, I just
Okay,
can't catch my breath.
okay. If selected, how would you go about building relationships with other council members, and how do you view your role on council?
Oh, I know many of the, and dealt with many of the council members, so I don't have a problem with calling them up, which I did when I was putting my name in the hat. I'm having a conversation. I'm willing to communicate in any way they want, sit down, have coffee, have working dinners. Basically have an open dialogue. And everybody has my number and call me at any time. And I believe when you are a part new to a group, you have to put yourself out there. So, and when and meet them on their turf and see what their problems in their ward is, and get some insight on how, when they were new to the council, and listen to words of wisdom. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. All of you guys were new at one point. So I'm going to ask you your tips and how you navigated it.
Good. Okay. My next question is, Jackson has the infrastructure built for a town once double its current size population, and much of it is in need of repair. How would you prioritize spending our limited resources to address this growing problem?
I think that we need to look at infrastructure and what, and our size currently, and what we need versus what we have. And nobody likes to downsize. Nobody likes to tighten belts. But we got to look at the cost effectiveness of having, say, 10 buildings, but only using all 10, but say to 10% of the capacity. Or, well, in that case, it's more than likely it's not even cost effective to have the lights and water on. Why don't we see what is open in these other areas and see what we can condense and sell as far as the different buildings and such. Now, there are some certain infrastructures that are needed. The wastewater treatment plant, it needs lots of repairs, but that we have to have that. I mean, that is a must. You have to put either money into it or make a whole new one. I think we need to look and ask for the engineering department, their insight. I don't know all that stuff, but I know the engineering department can project down the road the buildings and the capital outlay and what's going to need to be done and fixed and such. And I think that we need to look at it like that and take the information from those that it's their job. But then you also have to look at, so once you start cutting, we have to look at projecting forward. Hopefully that with, we're gonna be bringing more people back into the city with the new apartments going up. So, okay, so now we have X number of people coming in. What do we need in place to support that. So you don't want to get rid of stuff that we know we're going to have to turn around in 5 years and have again. So I think we have to have a good plan and an outlay of the different projections of what new people are coming in to live in the housing that we're building, what new possibilities of businesses that we have looking at to come back into our community to see, you know, it's going to be need versus want.
What do you believe is what do you believe is the biggest challenge facing our city, biggest challenge facing Ward 5, and how will you address them and continue to move the city forward?
Well, the one that I saw that just because I was part of it is crime. Now that I'm not involved in police work and I don't see that there's, all of a sudden to me, my world, man, Jackson's great, there's no crime, because I don't hear about it. I don't live it every day. I don't see it every day. But I know it's still there. Okay? I know driving through town, you know, I can pick up on something. Years of doing something you can just shake your head at and move on. So I think crime is our biggest issue, but I think that with the programs that the police department has done over the last couple of years, it's getting better. I can, you know, see daylight, but I don't think the crime is the main problem. I think it's a offshoot of the real problem. I don't think it's the real problem. I think the real problem goes way back to family structure, people involved in our youth of our community. And I think that it goes back to that. I think a lot of this, even though it's important, we have to have, I mean, the crime, there's a root cause of it. And we have to look at what that is and put some energy and money and attention into what the root cause is. I mean, as police officers, we're just dealing with a side effect. So, and Ward 5, the biggest issue, that's a good question, because and I'm not gonna stand up here and act like I know, I have no idea. My problem in Ward 5, for me, what I would think my biggest problem is the party store around the corner. You know, I think that's, and it's not from people that live in the ward. It's the amount of people that come into our city and to bring problems into the city. Because, I mean, I've had at least 3 homicides in 2 blocks of my house last several years. And people are like, oh my God, how can you live? I'm like, that's not my neighborhood. I said that, I mean, one person, the victim may have been living there. I said, but the people that caused it aren't. It's, that's what I think. I think that is, and what problems are brought into our city in Ward 5. So, but I am willing to talk to people and find out what their big problems is and see what what we can do to help them.
So how would you go about building relationships with city departments and employees who oversee and manage the day-to-day operations for the city?
I think that I have a leg up on maybe some of the other applicants since I have lived here for so long, and especially that I've worked within the city for 26 years. I know a lot of employees, I know the different department heads. I think that it's being part of a team. I view being a commissioner as being part of a team. And how do you deal with other members of the team? You're brand new, you have to build trust. Somebody doesn't trust you, you got nothing. And I've always learned that if I do something and I keep my word, I do what I say I'm gonna do, I take ownership for where my faults are, I don't push blame off to anybody, and I'm willing to listen to criticism to make myself better. And lead by example. So if you're not out there trying to fix the problem, if you're not out there trying to, willing to do the work yourself, why would somebody else follow you? Why would somebody listen to you? So, that's all right.
All right. Holly, if you found yourself in a situation where you had to choose between voting in favor of water rate increases for property owners or risk the possibility of losing the cash flow necessary to keep our water infrastructure up to date and our water safe and potable, how would you vote in that situation?
So I'm voting whether or not for the people that don't want the rate increase, or knowing that we need the infrastructure and the money to come in to continue to have healthy water.
Yeah, in that crazy situation.
I want healthy water. I want it for the future. I want to solve the problem now if we can for long term, versus let's put a Band-Aid on it and let my grandchildren deal with it down the road. I don't want that for the citizens.
Okay, last but not least.
Good, before I start coughing again, so.
If you were in an election today for this seat, the fifth ward, and competing against the other, what is it, 8 people? How do you think you would do?
Well, I think in a general election, I think I'd win. And I am absolutely the worst person. I don't want to toot my own horn. I hate that. But my mom always said, if you're not willing to vote for yourself and stand up for yourself, nobody else is going to do it. So I think that my record has shown that I truly care about the citizens of Jackson. I still have people today. I had somebody come up to me, I was at Kroger shopping, and gave me a big old hug and told me how her family was doing, and somebody was still in jail, and thanking me. And I have had people, numerous people, just thank me for listening to them. I think that we can do our jobs and have compassion and still do our jobs. So I think I would fare well.
Okay, Howard. That concludes all of our formal questions. Council, is there any additional questions you want to ask? So I'll ask the same question I asked the last candidate, which is if you do not get the appointment, do you plan to run for the seat in the next election?
I will look into it and see if it's, I would have to reevaluate, but I probably would. If I'm willing to go this or do this, there must be some reason I'm standing here. There must be something telling me that this is what I need to do. If I don't, I will definitely get involved in some way because I miss it. I miss the people.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Okay, seeing or hearing none, Holly, if you would like to leave us with a parting statement, closing statement.
Closing statement. Let me see. I truly care about Jackson and its citizens and our future generations coming up, living in Jackson, playing, doing sports, being, doing the different activities. And I truly want to see the best for it. I want people to stop saying, oh my God, you live in Jackson, to, oh my God, you live in Jackson. Because we have so much to offer, and I think that people just look at us in a certain way because they always have, and they're never going to change their minds. And I want to change their minds. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for putting up with my coughing, and I am sorry if any of you get sick.
If we get sick,
Take a lot, go on, get out.
we get sick, you will hear from
I
us.
know, I should have brought Lysol with me this week, so I apologize. Thank you for your time.
They got some up here. We gonna spray you down. Just keep, I'm gonna spray you down as you leave. Get the stepping. Come over here. Yeah, don't out here. Don't out here. Don't out here.
He is too much.
Come back. Oh my God.
He is too much. Oh, gosh. Yeah, yeah.
Let me go get her. Let me get her. Let me get the dog. You done?
Oh, man. Freddie is so hard, my goodness. You guys don't have to sit next to him. Try to keep a straight face. Whew.
I won't be at the meeting tomorrow. We just gonna spend the night here, aren't we?
Give me 20 seconds right quick.
No time for you.
It's okay, well, cough into that, girl.
Talking to the Lysol.
I was
Keep
supposed to,
coughing, just inhale it. Good for you. Get rid of that
Oh, not a
bronchitis.
problem. It just so happened that work said, hey, do you want to leave early to cut on overtime? And I said, yes.
Hmm? She gonna get her butt in here.
Good evening, James. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing very well, doing very well. If you want to start us with doing a brief introduction of yourself, just about a minute or so, introduction of yourself, and then we'll get into some questions, and then that will pretty much wrap us up after our round of questions, okay?
Perfect. Thank you so
All right.
much. So I know a couple of you. My name is James Warner. I was a resident of the 6th Ward, now in the 5th Ward. I've been a resident of the city for 11 years now. My husband and I own our home, which we got very lucky to be able to get that paid off. I've volunteered in a few different capacities with different community organizations, the Jackson Pride Center being one of them. I was also a volunteer facilitator with the Michigan Hawking Club, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that focuses on protecting the sport of falconry and regulations thereof. It is the highest regulated field sport in the U.S., requiring both federal and state permits to be able to do that. So that's volunteering in that capacity I found pretty fulfilling. Besides anything to do with birds, I enjoy gardening. My husband and I do a lot of cooking, obviously. But looking at it through that capacity, you know, we've really tried to be active members in the community. I volunteered for several political campaigns, tried to be active in that, striving to get voter turnout up and things like that. So just kind of what I would hope would be an ordinary citizen.
Okay. All right. Well, James, I have the first question for you, okay?
Mhm.
Have you ever been a member of a board, commission, or committee? If so, what was your role, and that is not pertaining just to City of Jackson, just any board, committee, commission, or committee that you have been a member of, and what was your role?
Okay, so I was the secretary for the Jackson Pride Center for about 6 months. My role was predominantly secretary duties, making sure agendas and minutes were put out in an effective manner, taking roll, things like that. With the Michigan Hawking Club, I was the head of what they called the Field Meet Committee, so it was my job to secure locations, to have our annual field meet, orchestrate food, people attending, things like that. So now, mind you, that I understand that in this particular instance, it's not necessarily related, but it was also handling a lot of moving parts. No problem.
Hi, James.
Hello.
Okay, I have a second question. Why do you want to be a city council member? And in what in your personal or professional background do you believe would assist you if you're selected?
So one of the reasons why I myself want to be a city council member is one of the things I've always tried to do in my life is help people. That's why I unfortunately found myself in retail, because I like helping people, either solving odd problems or things like that. I also want to help make sure that marginalized communities, being a member of the queer community, is definitely something that I want to make sure is done effectively and appropriately. I feel that a lot of times people are not given that chance, that they don't know how to make their voices heard. And one of the things that I do particularly well is I network well. It's all about making connections with people, or in this case, constituents, even looking at it through the lens of, if we find that common ground and then we can build on that rapport, it gets you a lot further than being in a fractious relationship.
I'm coming, brother. Hold on. Wake me up.
You good?
What efforts have you made to contact and develop a rapport with the Fifth Ward voters?
So, as I said earlier, I have volunteered with several different political campaigns. And one of the things that I did, obviously, as everyone does, is go out and knock doors. Being that predominantly, as I live on 4th Street, headed more towards First and Blackstone and Mechanic, heading down that direction, a lot of people are not as engaged as they could have been. So focusing on those communities, knocking on those doors, saying, hey, at least get out, regardless of who you vote for. But like I said before, trying to make sure that at least, even if I'm knocking a door, if I'm doing a cold call for a candidate, it's, hey, how's it going? Actually talk to people about their day, how they're feeling, things like that. It makes people feel engaged.
So, given the choice between representing your constituents or representing small businesses, if there was ever a situation where those two groups were at odds with one another, which would you choose to represent?
I would choose to represent my constituents. I do understand that as a city, we need to be focused on economic development, making sure that businesses can find good revenue and find Jackson to be hospitable, but Jackson is not what it is without its residents.
Thank you.
Thanks, James. How do you feel a council member should use social media to address residents of the city or ward on issues or concerns?
So social media is a double-edged sword no matter which way you look at it. As personally, you and I have had fractious interactions before. I know that a lot of times it can be used in not great capacities. But I do also know that there are ways to use social media to reach a broad platform. And I feel like it can be used in a very good way to disseminate information. As I said, a lot of people aren't necessarily plugged in or engaged. and looking at it through the lens of giving them, I mean, most people are on Facebook anyways, for instance, that giving them that extra avenue, even if they just scroll past it, maybe they'll see something that, oh, well, maybe I need to pay attention to that. So I feel like given the right avenue, it can be very helpful.
Okay, so you've only been in Jackson 11 years?
That is correct.
Awesome. Then I'll be anxious to hear what you say on this question.
Okay.
What are the greatest attributes of the city of Jackson, and more specifically, the Fifth Ward?
So Jackson has a lot of what I consider positives. We do have a lot of specific things that would give us kind of a larger city feel, but we don't have to go that far, which is one of the things I like. You know, again, being a little thick in the middle, restaurants specifically, you know, being able to go out and have a decent time. That's something that I've really appreciated the city of Jackson to have. But I would say that one of the most important things is the effort that the city of Jackson puts into our parks and different ways for people to recreate. Sparks Park being one of them. I spend a lot of time at Ellisharp. There's a lot of green space to be had, and I feel that those things are protected in such a way that they're going to be there for generations to come, at least I hope. But I mean, in terms of the greatest attributes, I would say that looking at the diverse kind of populace, looking at different demographics, that people having those kind of different and opposing viewpoints can create a really, I mean, the cliche being tapestry, but it can create kind of a coalition that while there may not always be that agreement, that we can agree to disagree on certain things and go from there.
Anything specific about the Fifth Ward?
Specific about the Fifth Ward, with the new redistricting, looking at it, see, I was prepared for that first part, not so much the Fifth Ward. That is a really difficult question. Again, not being able to look at the boundaries specifically right in front of me, which I should have, and I apologize for not doing that. Again, just, I feel like the green space specifically is a large part of it. The dog park. I love that dog park. I spend way too much time there, but having high energy dogs, that doesn't help.
Okay, James, I have the next question.
You got it.
If selected, how would you go about building relationships with other council members, and how do you view your role on council?
So, as I pointed out earlier, looking at it through the lens of building that connection and building rapport with different people, it is about finding that common ground. It's something as simple as, you know, hey, do you happen to watch this movie or this TV show? Looking at it kind of building from the ground up. And I know that it seems kind of basic and kind of trivial, but I've noticed that it's more effective to go to, you know, kind of someone's base interests and say, let's build from there. You know, looking at different capacities in which we can kind of cement the at least ability to be willing to work together. And I'm so sorry, what was the second part of your question, Mr. Mahoney?
How do you view your role?
My role.
On
So,
council?
looking at what would hopefully be my role as a person or as a council member, my role would be to work with the council, to work with the city, other organizations, branches therein, to find the most favorable outcomes specifically for the people of the Fifth Ward. I understand that the city of the whole does need it, but as of late with the Fifth Ward not having what I've heard a lot of people say is accurate or consistent representation, that would be something that I would hope would be, what's the word I want to use, would be more favorable to their experience.
Thank you.
Okay, my question is, Jackson has the infrastructure built for a town that once had nearly double the population we have now. And then a lot of it is in need of repair. So how would you prioritize spending our limited resources to address this growing issue?
So, one of the most effective ways that I would think is looking at what specific areas of infrastructure are in need of the most development, of the most renovation, and trying to focus as many tax dollars as are going to be actually effective. Looking through it in the lens of trying to get the most bang for our buck, being the colloquialism. Trying to do a more widespread approach, do a little bit here, a little bit there. I don't know if it is as effective long-term, just skim coats on a couple streets. I think that it would be most effective to sink into the larger projects and kind of chip away at those.
Okay. What do you believe is the biggest challenge? I'm sorry, let me start over. I'm sorry. Too much cookies, baby, too much cookies. What do you believe is the biggest challenge facing our city, the biggest challenge facing Ward 5, and how will you address them and continue to move the city forward?
So, one of the largest problems for the city as a whole is declining population. Without residents, we don't have tax revenue, we don't have the funds to maintain our city to begin with. I also feel that kind of the perpetual image that Jackson has had is not always helpful. People have a set vision in their minds of what they consider Jackson to be, and the people who actually live here say, no, that's not the case. Specific to Ward 5, affordable housing is always a problem. Looking at places like Reed Manor, trying to make sure that places like that have the funding that they need, in addition to making sure that they're supported at a community level, because those places only exist for the community and they only exist with the help of the community. And as we said, the infrastructure in Ward 5 is extremely dated, it's aging. And as I said, looking at some of the larger budget items and trying to focus on getting the most that we can, I feel would be extremely beneficial.
So how would you go about building relationships with city departments and employees who oversee and manage day-to-day operations for Jackson?
So my objective in that capacity would be to visit departments, see how they're run, understand what it is their functions are, and come to understand things from their perspective. Department of Water, going out visiting the plant, things like that. I already go birding out there, so I'm there anyways. But actually seeing what the day-to-day operations are, I feel would help that rapport, because they would understand we're actually coming from that perspective of knowing what it is we do.
Just popcorning over here. James, if you found yourself in a situation where you had to choose between voting in favor of water rate increases or risking the possibility of losing the cash flow necessary to keep our water infrastructure up to date and our water safe and potable, how do you vote?
The basic, just straight up term is you vote to make sure that our water is safe. Jackson has been very lucky that most of our infrastructure we haven't really had a problem with. The main problem is no one wants to see another Flint. I do understand, as someone who, my husband and I both work, you know, we make around 30,000 a year each. We watch our pennies, we try to make sure that things like that are taken care of, but at the same time, if I know my water's safe, that I'm not gonna get Legionnaire's disease or something like that, then it's fairly an easy choice. But then my job would be to explain to constituents, okay, here's what happened, here's why I voted this way, and, you know, I hope that we can come to an understanding that while you may not agree, my objective is to make sure that you're safe, that your family's safe, and that we continue to have good, safe drinking water.
Okay, last but not least, if the election was today, and you had to compete against the other 8 people we're interviewing, how do you think you would do?
If I'm honest, I feel like I would do poorly. Candidates like Shalonda Hunt, she is an excellent candidate. She's been a member of the school board. She's worked for the Department of Health and Human Services. Looking at just resume-wise, I feel like she would be a fantastic candidate. I myself, while I feel that I have some personal connections, that I can network well with people, I don't necessarily feel that the voter engagement would necessarily facilitate me becoming a council member, but that would also mean that if perchance I ran and I decided to lose, then guess what? That's our council member, and I'm gonna work with her to make sure things get done.
So, can you follow up on that? What do you mean you don't think, what do you mean?
I don't think I would win.
No, what you said earlier,
Which part?
about, I guess about they wouldn't I don't know, you didn't say accept, but what, you said something.
So, looking at the voter engagement wouldn't facilitate me being on council. I myself have not knocked all of the doors within the 5th Ward. I've knocked doors for other candidates. A lot of people don't know me. And that would be one of my biggest hurdles, would be getting people to understand who I am and what I stand for. Understanding that I've been active in the community, but not active in as many facets of the community as I could, just for the fact that they don't know me.
I don't, can I? Is it a question?
Is it a question or a comment?
A question, maybe. Something like a comment. Question. I guess, why do you, a lot of people don't know who they are, who a person running is. It's about door knocking, getting out there, but I don't know why you think you would make a better, just as good or better candidate as someone else. That's it.
That's absolutely fair. Inherently, when you look at it at the sheer face of it, I don't feel that one person is or is not better than the other. But again, if you look strictly at a resume, if we've got a flyer and we talk about my achievements, I've got some there. If, again, you look at people like Shalonda Hunt, you look at other candidates who have been active community organizers, people who have that report that they've been doing this for years, they have a lot more that they can fill there. They look at a lot more individual kind of bullet points. But that's also looking at it through the lens of just dispassionate, look at the resume itself and say, hey, he's only got this little bit. Like if I was applying to be a veterinary technician, I don't have any qualifications for that, so why would you look at my resume as opposed to someone who does?
So I've got a question for you. If you are not appointed to this seat, would you plan on running for this seat in the next election?
I would consider it. It would take a lot of conversations with my husband and trying to figure out what would be the best avenue. My intent is to be involved regardless, whether I run myself or I help support that candidate. I'm not sure which capacity, but I don't know if I could say right now that I would or would not.
Council, is there any additional questions? questions?
Hit me.
So why don't you apply for HRC?
No, that's fair. I have not watched the HRC as closely, I will be honest, looking at Human Relations Commission. That is definitely something that I should consider doing. I did apply for the Environmental Commission at one point in time. But looking at where I felt my breadth of experience would do the most good, that's where I felt that I applied with the right choice. But I do understand where you're coming from. So I understand.
Okay.
Okay, James, that concludes all of our questions. And I just want to give you an opportunity, like everybody else, to give us a closing statement.
So I want to thank council for having as quick of a meeting and a decision on this as they possibly could. I know that the decision before you is not easy. As I said, there are some pretty good candidates on this slate. And I hope that I at least have a shot, of course, as everyone does. But I would trust that the city of Jackson would look at who would best serve the Fifth Ward, regardless of if it was myself. If that happens to be someone else, again, I will help support them and move the city forward as much as we can, because that's the ultimate goal. It's not about an individual me, an individual someone else. It's looking at it through the lens of we as a collective.
All right. Thank you very much, James. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you as well.
Hey, James, don't, Ooh, is she here?
She's here. Just gotta summon her down.
Come on down, up, where you at? Wait, I gotta go.
Go ahead. You got time. We'll start with. It's good though, because like that's where my passion is at. So I went to culinary school. Yeah, like I can do a lot of things good. I'm great at cooking. You don't want to do that. No, I really am. I don't bring out a lot of stuff, but yeah, I'm pretty good at cooking. I'm pretty good in the kitchen. You said what? I've never made it. What?
Oh, no,
You mean
you're
that it
kidding.
doesn't come out the second time you make it?
Maybe
Be more
then I use
specific.
cookbooks, and I write notes, and when I'm done with the cookbook, I give it to someone in the present, that were written notes, and they do that. There's one Christmas meal that I make consistently, that I wrote.
Okay.
But other than that,
You the best.
besides, well,
Hey, man, I put a little, you got a little fancy in it?
but you'll never find me.
Okay. Get back to business. Sorry, you walked in on some side conversation here. We ready for you though. Come on down.
Come on down.
So, good evening, Tanya. We will start with having you introduce yourself, take about a minute or so to introduce yourself. Excuse me, and then we will jump into some questions that we have prepared. And that will wrap us up after we have questions answered.
Which is great. Can I say something? I want to introduce myself, but I also have to tell you guys, this is probably going to be quicker than it should be. I have to withdraw. I have to withdraw. Let me introduce myself first. Would you like me to do that? And then go from there. Yeah. My name is Tanya Worthy. I am from Jackson, Michigan. Actually, I was born and raised in Albion, but I've been here since 2008. I am a business owner here. I own Worthy Occasions, which is an event planning company and a rental company. And I also work with my family business in real estate. I sit on different committees and boards and things like that, but when this vacancy came up, I said, yeah, it's my time. I knew it was my time. The reason why I have to withdraw today is because something came up that was new for me. Some of you guys may know me. My husband has cancer, which is not the new thing. But what is new is that on Thanksgiving, he was admitted into the hospital for double pneumonia. And with that, it just made me take a step back with what was going on. Not because I can't handle pressure, because we've been dealing with this for a bit, but I've committed to some other things in addition to running the business and all that. And I said, I want to be able to put my best foot forward and hit the ground running when I am representing this ward. And I said, can I really do that right now? Especially all the other great things that I got going on, with the business, the organizations and things like that. And I said, I would be doing a disservice, by doing it now. It's disappointing for me, but at the same time, it just makes sense, and I have to be strategic and smart about what I do. I wanted to just call you guys, and I said, no, let me show my face just in case there's people in here that don't know who I am, because I will be back. But for right now, it just makes sense, being that I'm not committed to a position, to not do it. Because when I do step out to campaign and do this thing, you'll know who I am, and we can go from there. So I really appreciate your time, and I'm so excited that you guys even selected me to be a part of this process. But I just want to make sure that the right person at the right time is here, and I will celebrate whoever that is. Any questions from me? Or?
No, that summed up a whole lot. We appreciate you, and definitely praying.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be back.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Well, now that we have concluded all of our interviews, we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is public comment. And I will start the same way we always do, reading the rules for speaking before the council. Number one, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number two, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizen comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Number three, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council members, to the council and members of the public in attendance, while any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject. No speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number 4, should any speaker cause a breach of the peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Number 6, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Mr. John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city, which is in the 5th Ward. I didn't come with anything prepared. I had a few ideas. I know I had just mentioned to James Warner that maybe he sort of underestimated his qualifications. Now, with James and I, it's sort of like even with Will Forgrave online, we've had the fractious back and forths and stuff like that. But I can say someone like him and some of the other people, they have spent a lot of time dealing with city issues, campaigning and stuff like that. So hopefully you look at someone who's been involved. I know there's some names that I know that they've been involved with city issues. Some of them I don't know, and it's like, who's that? I have no idea who they are. I think when they, even if it's just to come here to comment for citizen comments, I think that's a plus for anyone that you're considering for the position. One thing that troubled me, a couple people I think mentioned they've been with the city, that maybe being retired out of the city. I worry about someone like that go in, someone mentioned it with our neighborhood economic operations, that there's so many retired police officers that have moved in there. So that's the thing that worries me, is that someone that's been so connected to the day-to-day operations that they will then get on the city council. There was the question, how will you deal with maybe like improve the day-to-day operations or functions, or deal with the people? I think there was Councilmember Angelia Gunn that mentioned that. I would say for a council member, they should not be getting involved in the day-to-day operations, or saying, well, I'm going to visit, so-and-so. A council member's job is to deal with the city manager. That's by the charter. So that's a concern that I have. And I hope that the person that's picked isn't someone that, someone will say, oh, I'm good friends with them, and, I've known them, and, we've done business together or whatever. So look at someone that cares about the city, that will put the time in. And so I got 1 second. So thank you.
Dina Morgan.
Hello, my name is Dina Morgan. I live at 245 East Robinson Street. I represent the South Side, Ward 1. And I'm here because I really felt bad for all of the applicants. They worked so hard to prepare for this interview. And I really feel bad. There's some rumors going around, I don't know if they're true or not, that you all are going to vote for Robert Porter. And we know that he's Mahoney's friend. We know that he works with Mayor Mahoney. So it's not just Mayor Mahoney who's voting for this position, it's all of you. So we can't keep on blaming Mayor Mahoney, because of the rest of you having a responsibility as well. And we had, there were a lot of people who interviewed today, and I hope you do the right thing and put the right person in that seat. and not to just give them, you know, an upper hand over the people who really want to serve. I'm not saying that Robert Porter, you know, I listened to all of them except for two. I was late. I was delivering food, so I got here pretty late. I did not hear Christy Davis or Shalonda Hunt, but I did hear the rest, and I sat here all day, just like all of you. And I really think that, you know, Anderson Law did a really good job. He's been here before. He spoke here on behalf of the citizens before this was even open. He did a really good job, so I hope you all will, you know, do the right thing and be fair. Yes, I did hear that you all are going to vote for Robert Porter. And if that's not true, then it's just not true. The truth is the truth, regardless. Okay? So I'm just here, you know, I'm an upfront person. A lot is going on in our community. We just had a murder Saturday, early Sunday morning. So this is serious. People are dying. At Reed Manor, a lot of the applicants, I didn't hear anyone say anything about Jackson Housing. Reed Manor is a big issue. Drugs and guns and crime, and people are homeless. They're being evicted. 25 people are going to court and being evicted at Jackson Housing. So Reed Manor, Jackson Housing, Chalet Terrace, Shahan are all connected with Jackson Housing. That's a big issue. So again, please be fair and do the right thing. And if it's not Robert Porter, and if it is, you know, we want to know why. So thank you.
Okay, looks like that concludes our public comment at this time. Our city manager is missing from the room still, but I'm sure he will be returning shortly. So I guess we can just kind of open up for discussion. I didn't really get much direction on exactly how this part of the process would go, so maybe I can kick it over to our city attorney. You can kind of fill us in on some options for next steps on consideration of the applicants.
Sure thing, Mr. Mayor. So you have tonight and tomorrow, theoretically, by which to make the decision on the appointments now that you've heard from each of the applicants. So what is likely in order is to simply open it up for discussion, and if it's the collective will of council, you can, I guess, through that deliberative process and the process of elimination, narrow down your preferred candidates after hearing from all of them, and maybe open up nominations for 1, 2, 3, 4, however many you see fit of, I guess, what would be council's collective final choices. You need a majority of council to vote in the affirmative to appoint someone to the 5th Ward vacancy, so that would require 4 out of the current 6 votes of the sitting council members, and that's where it's at, and you can consider whether